This meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District will be called to order. Today we have some very special guests. We have students from Therakoff Elementary School. Welcome, students and parents. It's so lovely to have you here in our boardroom. We have students that are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'm going to welcome you to come on up and you can lead our board and the room in the Pledge of Allegiance. Just helping us make up some time, aren't they? Okay. Okay, now we'll move on to roll call of the trustees. We'll start at the end. Laura Blakely.
Shane.
Devin Conley.
Laura Berman. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. And we're moving on to approval of the agenda. Trustees, any questions about the agenda itself? Nope. Any public comments about the agenda itself? Okay, seeing as there are none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Let the record reflect that trustee Blakely made a motion to approve the agenda, seconded by trustee Lambert, and the agenda has been approved unanimously. Okay, today we have a very special recognition on our agenda. It's the Turtle Award, and it's today for the Turtle Award, we have Therakoff Elementary School. So Therakoff, welcome. We're so excited to have you here, and we're excited to learn about all the wonderful things that are happening at Therakoff. And we have Principal Lyons here to present.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us here. As you can see, we are very excited, and our whole night tonight is going to be about our community. So you can go ahead and start that presentation. Awesome. And you can go to the next one, exclamation point. Please notice Therakoff Showcase, exclamation point. We are excited to be here. So what I wanted to talk about is Better Together. So this is a district equity initiative to address culture and climate of our schools. And that is something that I am just thrilled to be a part of Therakoff for. And I'm going to showcase how we truly are better together. So goal number 5 in our school site plan is about creating an inclusive and welcoming culture. And as you can see, I added there's students, staff, families, and community members. All of us together really create that inclusive and welcoming culture. And that is one of the main goals that I've had as principal here at Therakoff, is creating that community. And I can't do it without all of the people in this room, all the people in front of me, and district office staff really working together to make Therakoff thrive. So today, one of our goals was to have, actually, I'm going to start off with our community and showcase how our community is creating that inclusive and welcoming culture. So you can hit the next slide. Awesome. So already in just 3.5 months, we have already created all of these different events. We have PTA members here, I think our ELAC members, for really coming together and creating that culture that we're looking for. There are things that have not been done before that are on this board that we've already taken part in, and they have just soared with creating these events. Families show up to them. Families are so excited to be there. The smiles on our faces, just building that community is how we're helping students achieve greatness at Therakoff. So you can see one of my favorites was the multicultural potluck, and we did a special reclassification awards there for our students. That's where it's kind of at the bottom. That's where parents came and they brought different dishes, and we all got to take part in eating all those different dishes. We planned on just having it for an hour, but at the hour mark, a whole new wave of like 25 families came in. So we kept the party going. And it truly showed that this is what Theracop is all about. It's community building. It's bringing families in, greeting each other, and just saying hello to each other. That's one thing that I strive to do at Principal's Coffee is just say hi to someone next to you and really get to build that community, because when we're all in it together, then that's what helps our students succeed. So there's all different activities here that you can see that we've taken a part of. And I just wanted to give a huge thank you to our community for coming out, being with each other, and taking that time to get to know one another and help support the Theracop way. So thank you to all of you at home, and thank you to the parents here as well. And next, what we're going to do is we're going to showcase a little bit of how we greet each other in the morning. So we have a couple different teachers here with their students who are going to demonstrate how we create that inclusive and welcoming culture on a daily basis. So this is Mrs. Pitt's kindergarten class coming up.
My name is Carol Pitts. Good evening. And this is a part of our morning routine. It's a way to say welcome to school and also a way for me to check in on how they're doing. So, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Grayson, So how does our morning greeting feel? Because we do it every day. How do you feel when we do that?
Good.
You feel welcome, happy, anything?
Happy. Bye.
Awesome. And coming up next is another kindergarten class, Miss Leon's class. And just notice the smiles on their faces when they get to have that special one-on-one time with their teacher.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Enelina Leon, and this is our kindergarten classroom. We have Xiomara, Addie, we have Mohan, and we have Isaiah, and we are also showcasing our morning greetings. This is important to me because I really want all of my students to feel seen, heard, and welcome, and I love seeing their little smiles every morning. And Isaiah, can you tell us why you like doing this activity? How do you feel when you do this activity?
It makes me happy.
Good.
Awesome. And now we're going to jump forward to third grade. This is Mrs. Garvey's class coming up for a little extra cheer.
Hi, I am Miss Garvey, and these are some of my third graders. This is Ahana, Isabel, Bentley, and Jonathan. And in our classroom, we do classroom cheers to help create a supportive and uplifting classroom community. So we are going to demonstrate 2 of our classroom cheers for you today. Our first one is our mirror cheer. We're ready? 1, 2, 3. So we do these throughout the day when we're solving math problems, when we're cheering each other up, and it really just is very special in our classroom. Our next one is a cowgirl cheer, and we are going to give our cowgirl cheer to Principal Lyons today. You guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah! How does it make you feel when we do the classroom cheers?
It makes me feel proud.
All right, and our last group that we have here is our Expect Respect students. So I'm going to let them share what Expect Respect is, but these are made up of 4th grade and 5th grade students. And this is our wonderful teacher, Mrs. Horning.
Hi, I'm Miss Horning, and this is Expect Respect, our cheetah leaders. We have Annika, Ellen, Scarlett, and Lila.
Expect Respect is an organization made up of 4th and 5th grade leaders. Some students plan and host events for the schools. Some events we had this school year are the Please and Thank You campaign, the National Young Authors Fair events, and International Dark Day Spirit Week.
Expect Respect is important because we plan fun events for all the students. We promote our school's core values such as respect. We make sure all people at our school feel welcomed and accepted, and 4th and 5th grade students can show their leadership skills. This week we are celebrating United Against Hate Week. This week is important because it teaches all students to keep hate and negativity out of our school, so we can all stand together to keep hate out of our school. It also promotes kindness and friendship around the school, and it is also fun. This week is Spirit Week for United Against Hate Week. Monday was We Stand United, wear your cheetah shirt. Tuesday was Hate Stops Here, wear red. Wednesday was Everybody Counts, wear a shirt with a number on it. Thursday It's Okay to Be Different, Crazy Hair Day. And Friday is Hate to Rest Pajama Day.
Board members, we want to invite you to say the No Place for Hate pledge with us. Please give me a thumbs up if you want to do it with us.
I promise to do my best to treat everyone fairly. I promise to do my best to be kind to everyone, even if they are not like me. If I see someone being hurt or bullied, I will tell a teacher. Everyone should be able to feel safe and happy in school. I want our school to be no place for hate.
Thank you, board members and Dr. Rudolph, for joining us and taking the pledge.
All right. And just to close it out, I just want to say that last one, or the second to last one, everyone should be able to feel safe and happy in school. And so that truly states our goal number 5, inclusive and welcoming community. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you for supporting us in all our endeavors that we plan to do this year. And we are truly better together.
One second. Kids, I want to say something.
Okay. Can we ask some questions or make some comments? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so board members, do you have any questions you'd like to ask of Ms. Lyons or the students? Okay, let me see if there's any comments online, any public comments about our presentation today. before everyone leaves, I just want to thank you so much for coming in and showcasing your school to us. I can really feel the community, the spirit of the school, the joy. So what an amazing presentation. We were able to definitely sense that community that you're building in your school site. So thank you so much to all the students. You did an incredible job. And thank you for coming. Have a great break. Have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you. Great. Okay, so, well, the fun has gone. So now we're on to item 3, our closed session agenda. This is an opportunity for the members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If you are joining us online, you may raise your hand in Zoom. I will wait just a moment to give everyone a chance to raise your hand. Okay, we have one person, phone number ending in 76. You may unmute yourself. And you, first, we're going to put the timer up, 3 minutes. Okay, you may unmute yourself.
My name is Stephen Nelson. I'd like to talk about, I've read the city agreement, at least skimmed it, and the draft is a public document and it seems pretty good. I urge the board to sign it. It's very thorough. But for any 10-year agreement, a big one like this, you should have a second legal opinion. I'd recommend DWK, which has a long relationship with Mountain View Wisman. Since Trustee Lampert, Chang, and even I have known Dennis since when we were first on the board together, I took the liberty, and I love liberty, to send the public draft document up to Greg. He may have someone to review this and talk independently to the board next meeting. Board, it's your decision, and by majority, you can get an independent second legal perspective on this document from the city. I hope you do it. Get that second opinion from a well-known, well-respected attorney's office that we've used many times, and I think is actually on retainer. So I hope you do it, and then I hope you sign it and get finished with this. It's not a 25-year agreement. It's a 10-year agreement. So it's not forever, and there's clauses for if things aren't working out or whatever happens, there are exit clauses. So just do your due diligence and then please go ahead and sign it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And at 6:24 p.m., we will adjourn to closed session. 8:15. We will now, the open session of this meeting is now back, and there was no action taken during closed session. We will now move on to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved in one motion. Are there any questions or comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Okay, let me see if there's any, oh, trustee Chang.
I have a item to the contract Blue Violet, the Blue Violet contract for discussion. I would suggest approving the rest of item 2.
Just one second. Which letter is that, trustee Chang?
This is under contracts item 2 of Blue Violet Energy.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the agenda minus the contracts item 2?
We need to take public comment first.
Oh, yes, thank you. We have one hand raised on Zoom. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on the consent agenda, you may raise your hand. I see one hand only. Phone number ending in 76. You may well, you're gonna put the timer up and you may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Good evening again. This is Stephen Nelson. I just wanted to say I'm understood that most of the board direction on the item for whether there will be on inter-district transfers, even in students coming out of schools that are underperforming, have a state mandate to improve, and students are low income and not performing well at that school or priority transfers. This bold lettering at the end of this inter-district transfer makes it very clear you're not intending to give any help to those families who may be trying to transfer their students and actually need transportation. I understand this is what your superintendent and administration want, and apparently the majority of the board wants, but I think it's dystopian in how it treats poor families, particularly our Hispanic families who have students who are not doing well in the school system. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, well, I guess at this point we can do a motion.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda with contract 2 removed for further discussion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, on a motion made by trustee Chang, seconded by trustee Lambert. We have approved the consent agenda, but we are pulling the contract item 2 on the contracts for discussion. Okay, trustee Chang.
Thank you, President Berman. I'll be brief. I pulled the $99,000 contract for Blue Violet Energy, Dig Chavez Associates, which is their the contracts for 90 sessions of mindfulness training for administrators. 90 sessions that would come into like $1,000 a session. I very much believe in the power of mindfulness. It really was welcome seeing our administrators do mindfulness. I encourage them to do it with their faculty and with the students. Encourage us to do it as a board. But the Blue Violet Energy and I could not see any online footprint for their work in school districts. Their social media presence, they have 3 likes. I couldn't find anything of what they do with schools. There are organizations like Mindful Schools that have 343,000 likes. Organization I've worked with as an educator that I know East Union School District has a contract with them for 20,000. So 100,000 seems like a lot of money for this. Really wish we do mindfulness, but I'll be a no vote on this. So I move that we vote for this contract, which I'll vote no on.
Superintendent Rudolph, can you clarify what we know about this contract?
Yeah, so this is part of a larger health and wellness initiative. It's, we followed up with this right after Acknowledge Alliance. So far, our original contract, I think, was for $24,000. You did 27 sessions already for 16 different administrators, which is almost the whole team. And then some administrators have asked for their school sites to do it also. So I think, managing stress at every single level has been a priority for us. And so this is just something that's geared towards administrators to sort of help them. Just like we have Acknowledge Alliance, which is probably a little bit more expensive, that is focused on teachers. So I understand it's, but I will say, I think there are individuals who, probably would testify in its work, but I completely understand Trustee Chang's position on this.
Any further discussion or questions from trustees? Okay, do I have a motion?
Was a motion already, just needs a second to approve this item.
I'll second it.
All those in favor of approving this item? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and a motion made by trustee Chang,
One opposed, yeah.
one opposed. On a motion made by trustee Chang, seconded by trustee Blakely. I'm just going to do a roll call of votes. Is that okay? Go ahead, just to be clear.
Aye.
Trustee Chang.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So we will now move on to communications. So we'll start with employee organizations. If there are any representatives of employee organizations that would like to address the board at this time, you may do so. Okay. And seeing as there are none, we'll move on to that one is from before, yes.
President Berman, I
Yes.
apologize. Dr. Rudolph, my screen has crashed. Got a blue circle of death.
Just one moment. Okay. So I don't see from district committees. Excuse me. I don't see any representatives from district committees. So superintendent comments, Dr. Rudolph.
Yep, just want to thank the Cheetahs earlier today for their presentation. I will say, in the course of, since we've started these, it's probably the largest crowd that I've seen of parents and students. I know Vargas had a pretty large crowd also, but I think for the next couple of schools, they have a large sort of task to try and fill the room, but it was really great to see them. So just want to give them kudos. And then Principal Lyons and the whole staff are doing an amazing job over there. So I want to give them some high fives. Also just want to give high fives, this week, both to the board as well as to the whole district. So as you know, a couple years ago, as a result of anti-Semitic comments being posted not only in the Montaloma bathroom, but across different campuses. I think it was Trustee Conley at the time suggested that we do something like No Place for Hate. And then the board eventually passed a resolution that set an annual sort of tradition that every year we are celebrated. All of our schools have embraced it. We're going to have a presentation update from Director Pullman, just discussing just different things. But it was really great to see the schools hold events and classroom activities to promote their site's themes for No Place for Hate. And, such in-class exercises to help build empathy, as well as signing of the Anti-Defamation League's No Place for Hate pledge, which we affirmed also. Also wanted to just give a high five out to Ms. Straw for Reach SV. They partnered with Ms. Strong at their walkathon and provided 298 donated brand new shoes for children and adults. Really good to see them. And so I just want to just thank them for their support of our community. Just Montaloma also celebrated military appreciation. So we just had Veterans Day pass. And so they invited their families last week for a school assembly. The school learned about the different roles of the military and just different activities that ways that our military sort of serve and protect and defend our nation. So I just want to thank our families for their service, but also, I know Montaloma has our biggest military population, but also, just say great job of celebrating them. We do have a clothing drive that is currently taking place. So our district-wide school community engagement facilitator, Priscilla, is setting that up. So just want to encourage people, you have some extra clothes, wash them, and then bring them in, or if you want to go out and buy something, it's a given season, is always a great thing. I know the temperature in California is a little bit more moderate than some other places, but even I've adjusted and my blood is really thin. And so there are now cold days at 60 that I think that even I pull out my sweaters. And so I think this is just always a great thing. So if you're going through your spring and winter clothes and you're looking for things, just make sure that you give out a jacket or two that may not fit or you don't wear anymore. And then finally, last two items. So we had several of our Graham Middle School students were accepted into the honors choirs, and just want to say congratulations on your hard work. So the CMEA Bay Section Honor Choir, we had Life, Lucy, Devon, and I apologize if I mispronounce it, Osinachi. And then the Western Division Honor Choir was Gloria Osinachi and Ojas. And then our All-State Honor Choir was Ojas, Julia, Gloria, and Juliet. And then just want to remind everybody, next week we're on break. So all of our school offices will be closed. We close down the district office and do sort of work in between, but the office won't be open even though we have people walking in and out. And so just want to remind people we're closed from the 20th to the 24th, and that school resumes on the 27th.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Okay, we'll move on to our item 8, which is community comments. This is the time reserved for committee members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and the administration welcome this time to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized items. Are there members of the public that wish to address the board on items that are not on the agenda? You may raise your hand in Zoom. Looks like we have one hand up. Okay, your phone number ends in 76. You will put the timer up for 3 minutes. Oh, we have 2 comments. We'll give 3 minutes to each. We'll start with phone number ending in 76. And then we'll move on to the next caller, Viviana. So these are to comment on the items that are not on the agenda. Okay. If your phone number ends in 76, you may unmute yourself.
Good evening again. This is Stephen Nelson. Unfortunately, I raised my hand to make a comment on the item that Chris Chang had pulled, and that didn't get recognized. I would like to make sure that the board, all the members of the board and the secretary of the board, make sure that if the president doesn't ask for comments from the public on each item, that you correct the president and say, point of order, you need to ask for public input. What I'd like to do is make sure that you don't forget the situation of our huge academic achievement gaps. It's an immense gap. These gaps are enormous. They're gigantic. Some of them are colossal and getting worse. Last time I showed you how big the gap was between Asian and whites, with the Hispanics in between in math at 8th grade when they're graduating out of our district. The numbers for 5th grade math are just about as bad. Asians are at 88% proficient, whites are 82% proficient, and Hispanics are 25% efficient in math and in 5th grade. And that 25% for Hispanics, it was 37% before the pandemic in 2017-18. So it's gone down a significant fraction of their total that used to exist, 34%, okay, a little bit more than a third, that's gone down. Meanwhile, Asians have gone up from 82% during that time to 88%, and whites have gone from 84% down a couple of percent. So look at how big your academic achievement gaps are. Look at how much they've increased since before the pandemic, and really think about what kind of education are you delivering to Hispanic families in this community.
Okay, it looks like we don't have another hand up. They must have put their hand down. So that was our only community comment. Okay, we'll move on to item 9, review and discussion. The Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council progress. We have a Carducci report on green scores and green ribbon school application update. We have a presentation today. Just give them a moment to join. Oh, hi, Carly.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have Emma here with me tonight. Let's see. Okay, so we are going to be presenting, and I don't know if Rebecca is, okay, awesome.
Give me just a moment.
Thank you. I was gonna say your portion right now for you.
Thank you for jumping in. I'm going to speed through my section just because most of it was also part of a board report that was provided during the last board meeting, and we want to make sure we are expedient with our time since we had a longer closed session. So tonight we're giving an update from the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council progress and update. My first few slides were really more of a recap of the work that is going on, the work that will be done in the future. I am going to assume that the board was able to preview this ahead of time. So I'm going to skip through my section so we can get on to the new information. All right, Carly.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's really good to see you all. I hope everyone's having a lovely evening. We are here to present the greening feedback and scores for the district from our Mountain View Wisman outdoor learning and greening standards. So I'm going to share my screen so that I can give you all the presentation. Can you all see that on your end? Awesome. Okay. So tonight, we want to go over a little bit of the progress that we've made through the outdoor learning and greening standards. We're really excited to be kind of entering into the next phase of this project and are really happy with the amount of feedback and input that we've received so far from all of the different stakeholders we've reached out to and still to come. So just a quick overview of what we'd like to discuss today. So we will just briefly go over why we're here and how far we've come to be to this point. We're going to go over really briefly just the process overview. So to give you all an idea of how many meetings we've had and with who, and to give you an idea of how long these meetings have gone on and some to come. And then we're going to jump into our index, our greening index, and kind of revisit some of the information that we've shared with the board in the past regarding the different takeoffs and analysis metrics that we've used to kind of assess the site so far in their existing condition. Then we'll go into the green metrics and scores, which is new information that the board has not seen just yet, to kind of give you an update of what scoring we've assessed for each site. And then at the end, we want to kind of touch on some opportunities that we have discussed amongst ourselves, as well as with the larger communities that we've met with, just as we're seeing a trend in the certain input that we've received from principals, from staff, and just from our own site observations. And so just to briefly remind everybody what the outline of our scope is here for the greening and outdoor learning and greening standards. So we're broken down into these four categories: the index, the metrics, the score, and the plan. Today, we will be just briefly going over index and metrics again with you all, which is information we've shared before. And then we're going to talk about the greening score, which is new information that we have developed since. And greening plans will be forthcoming in the future as we open up the table for input from the board and the community to understand what will be the next step into us achieving those plans. So as an overview, truly this project began as an extension of what we have done at Vargas. Vargas is pretty much more underway in terms of the improvements that we're doing with the tree replacement project, as well as the outdoor learning improvements that we're doing to the schoolyard at Vargas. So as a pilot site, we jumped into March of 2023 this year. We had site visits at every single one of the schools. We did 2 to 3 schools per day. And so we tackled those within a month to really get a sense of just the different sizes, scales of every school, since I myself had not been there to every school until March. And also just to get a chance to really soak in and observe how the site is used by children, especially if we were there for lunch or recess, pick up or drop off. It was very indicative of just some of the programmatic needs that we could potentially enhance as a part of this project. In May, we met with the specialist team. So this was a team of individuals from the district that work everything from like occupational therapy to speech therapy in the special education department and specialists. So we were able to kind of begin to have a larger discussion about what does mental health and well-being look like at the grade levels that we're attending to at the different Mountain View Westman schools. And it was very, very insightful and very helpful for us to get a sense of what their programs and curriculum needs were and how we can best support those. And then as an extension of the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council, we actually got to do 3 meetings a month spaced apart to provide them kind of an opportunity to give us direction and guidance about, or not so much direction, but comments and guidance on some of the different objectives and goals that we were implementing at that time to really develop out the standards to what they are now. Very helpful and very, sorry to say, but sorry, I see my ears there, but it was a very productive conversation. It gave us an idea of the larger goals and objectives of the district with regards to sustainability and how our role would be playing in that. So those were earlier on in the year, and more currently, in September, October, we began to start meeting individually with principals. So in September 19th, we actually had an overview meeting with all principals to give them an update on what we've been doing, what's been the progress, and then giving them an update as to what's the next steps. So we met with each principal individually throughout those months. We were able to review the greening metrics and the greening index with them of their individual sites. We had conversations about the 6 objectives that we are working towards and their sites, and assessing and scoring based off of what sort of amenities exist and what do not. So we're going to get a little bit more into detail of that today, which is really exciting. And then October, November, and still going on through the end of this month, we've met with now all the school staff. So up today, as you can see, was Theracost staff meeting that we had earlier today. And just before that, we had every other school site. And so Ms. Strahl will be next week. And those meetings have been open to the general staff, and we've gotten a varying degree of input from all grade levels, as well as office staff, and in some cases, PE teachers as well, which has been great. And then November, December, we are going to be hosting upcoming. So this will be next week. We're going to have 3 combined community meetings back to back. And you can see that there'll be for Bub, AB, and Mine Graham on the 11/28, for Castro, Mistral, and Landals on 11/29, and Montaloma, Therakoff, Stevenson, and Crittenden on the 30th. And so those will be aimed at inviting the larger community to come and partake in a feedback session as well. So this will be for the parents, for adjacent communities, for outside organizations. And so that information has been posted on the website for this project with the district. And finally, in 12/6 will be our final open kind of general community meeting where it'll be for all school sites. It'll be an open session for anyone who would like to come and provide their last kind of any sort of input that they may have or have seen or rethought. And so we also have a Google survey being conducted during this time for those who cannot attend. And so moving into promotion of these meetings, these specifically to the community meetings upcoming, we've emailed invites to community groups, neighborhood leaders, and organizations. And by we, I mean a mixture of Carducci and the district. Flyers and emails have been sent out to parents and staff members. As you can see below, we've also done postcards to 15,000 residents and posts on social media next door. So trying to really get the word out that there are some opportunities coming up for the larger community to partake in this feedback session. So we're really hoping for there to be a little bit more feedback that, from stakeholders who are not necessarily associated with the school in terms of like staff, students, or principals. And so now moving into the greening index. So just to remind you that the greening index in our minds is a numerical objective measurement of outdoor spaces at each school. So we're going to go through a map that kind of breaks down how we looked at the school site. And so we measured it in the sense of softscape to hardscape and shaded areas. This is just initial measurements, which we use to kind of begin our assessments of the existing conditions at each school site as they are today. And so we will build upon these as we move into the greening metrics and the greening plans. And for a little bit of information in terms of some of the vocabulary we're going to be using in this index, we're calling the outer outline of this school site outdoor space, usable space. And so you're going to see that we're including the outdoor areas that are within the fence lines of each school, as well as the pickup drop-off zones that are just adjacent to the exterior of the entryways of the schools. And of those usable space, we're going to provide some takeoffs in terms of softscape to hardscape. And so what those mean essentially is softscape is any sort of ground surfacing that infiltrates water. So many sites, it could be lawn, mulch, DG, planting areas, and decomposed granite in some cases. And then we break down that percentage into lawn areas. So one thing that's pretty obvious is each school site has really large field areas that are used for recreational sports. So we look at that softscape number and understand how much of it is lawn. And then we look at the other side of things, which is hardscape. So any ground material that doesn't allow water to drain through it. So these are the blacktops, the paved areas, the concrete pathways. Those are the hardscape areas of each site. And then looking at shade, we break it into 4 categories. So we're looking at shaded space coming from overhangs on buildings, which is provided year round. We're looking at the shaded space provided by the solar arrays that are located inside the playgrounds. We're looking at shade by existing trees, whether deciduous or evergreen, just to give us an idea of what those numbers break down into. And so this is an example of one of our greening index. This is actually for Amy and Mai. And you can see that what we've determined as the usable boundary is the area within that fence line, including, as noted before, the pickup and drop-off areas. So just from this graphic, you'll have each index will have a legend to kind of break down those areas that we just discussed. So in this case, you'll see that Amy and Mai's usable space boundary is about 313 square feet. And of that, 65% of it is softscape, which from the graphic in front of you, most of that is coming from those recreational fields. And then 35% of that of remaining is of the hardscape. So that's the playground area and the pathways and everything in between. And then when we look at space, only about 13% of the usable space is currently being shaded. And you can see that through the various different colors. So the auburn red color is from the overhangs on buildings. This brown color is the structures. And then very minimally, you can see there's deciduous trees in this light green color and evergreens in a dark green. And when you look at this graphic, even though it's stating that there's 13% of that usable space being shaded, we acknowledge that a majority of those areas either exist right adjacent to buildings where there's overhangs, and then mostly around the periphery of the playground. So nothing that's really within the playground's extent except for the solar arrays. And so part of our objectives and goals, which we'll talk about in just a moment, really focus on how can we bring shade and activate pre-existing shaded spaces so that students have that ability to find a place to go cool down, especially in the hotter months. And as a summary of all the school sites and their usable space takeoffs for this greening index, you can see that through this table that there are varying degrees of usable space. You have everything from Benjamin Bub having kind of the largest usable space to Vargas having one of the least. And that's in terms of square footage. And then of that, you can start to see kind of how those things break down. So for Vargas, lawn area is 0% because the majority of the space that's out there is synthetic turf. And so when you look at these numbers, you can kind of see our numerical measurements of how the sites are currently, or how the sites are existing as they are right now with regards to softscape, hardscape, shaded space. And so we use these values to then move into our next stage of this process, which is the metrics and the scores. So our greening metrics measure the student and staff experience of the outdoor school environments. This encompasses our objectives for the outdoor learning and greening with the district. And so just to remind you of what those 6 objectives are, we're working towards physical comfort, which has a lot to do with seating and shade and access to cooler temperatures on the playground. We have mental well-being, which has a lot to do with the input from specialists with regards to providing mindful and areas for contemplation and quiet play, and also supporting our special student populations that exist throughout the district. We have exploration and discovery, and this works at increasing the amount of nature and exploration that can exist in a playground, whether it comes from habitat gardens or just having access to interactions with natural materials like boulders and logs, and the importance that their studies have found that students that have access to these outdoor spaces can increase in their productivity in the classroom. So those sort of areas on the left are more indicative of kind of the outdoor space of the playground, but then you also have the opportunity for outdoor learning. So how can we begin to introduce small to large spaces outside where teachers can either take their classrooms or a group of students or a specialist can take a one-on-one to take a student outside and then begin to have learning in the outdoors. So finding ways for them to connect to nature while also providing an educational, instructional space that supports that. And then on the last 2 is operations and sustainability and student safety and experience. So these ones are a little bit more high level in regards to things like tripping hazards, safe and visible spaces for pickup and drop off, using high efficiency irrigation systems and getting training on native plantings and things of that sort. So those are our goals that we would love to assist with in the future to ensure that as we move forward, every school in the MVW district has, their big green caps on for being the best. And then we have our scoring. Just to brief before I move to this next page, which I know will be very exciting to see. The scoring worked with each of those 6 objectives. We had a scorecard, and of each of those scorecards, there's 10 items. We went through each one of these 10 items very intently with the principals of each school site to discuss, does this amenity exist on your campus? Does it not? And of those 6 scorecards, we then numerically add up each category out of 10. And then at the end, we get the cumulative score of out of 60, which the 6 scorecards, there's 10 points, what your final score is out of 60 to give you a sum of, if you have 0 to 20 points, your campus needs work. If you have 21 to 40 points, then your campus has adequate level of amenities. And if you have 41 to 60 total points, then your campus is at excellent. And our goal is to obviously get to excellent. We want everybody to be at excellent. But this works with using icons, colors, and numerical values to really help understand, one, at large, how is the school site doing? And then breaking it down into these individual categories to understand that where can there be room for enhancement or improvement? Or if, another project is available down the way, where can you come back to look at these categories so that every school can work towards the same goals? And so with our efforts, we have met with every school site. We have determined what those scores are. And you can see here as a summary of all those scores, you can break down each school site into individual categories and just visually also see school sites that are kind of more in the green or more in the orange. And then as a summary or a total score, you can also begin to see then how do you put a certain, urgency on certain school sites to get them up, or just to be able to understand where there are the biggest shortfalls and how can we bring everybody up to the same level. And so looking at this chart, we basically see that Montaloma got 10 out of 60 points. And then you have Vargas, who came in at 13. You have Crittenden, which came in third with 14 points. You have Therakoff that came in at 15 points. Castro and Amy and I both came in at 18 points. Landals came in at 19 points. Stevenson has come in at 21 points. Bub and Graham have come in at 23 points. And then you have Mistral at 33. So when you begin to see those summaries, you understand that there are certain sites that don't have as much amenities as others, but then you also begin to see what categories do certain sites have more amenities than others. So it's a dual kind of assessment of understanding in summary where you're at, but also individually and per category, how can we begin to kind of strategize how we can address those shortfalls. And so these are just a summary of some of the important, some of the important feedback that we've heard from principals with regards to these categories. So in physical comfort, a lot of, I think we all came to the same conclusion that tree placement on the interior is very lacking. So again, most of the playgrounds don't have trees with large enough canopies to provide shade. So that was kind of across the board that what we heard. Tables and seats outside classrooms would be very desirable for one-on-ones or resets. We have shaded areas that are accessible for all students. So again, a lot of school sites do have existing shaded space, but there aren't amenities to help support any sort of outdoor learning or greening in terms of seating or, a space that's designed for exploration. And then also looking at just the color on the blacktop. So all those school sites that we look like have the blacktops are just bare, or they do have striping, but for the most part, they are uncolored. So they're black, and that absorbs more heat, specifically in like the summer months. So looking at ways to adding color to reduce the heat island effect using LEED certified standards that we can help kind of introduce lighter colors to reflect all of that solar, the solar activity. And then also just creating comfortable outdoor learning areas. So seats with backs, tables, shade, and accessibility to those spaces. More seating areas for smaller groups. Under mental well-being, it was the idea that they'd love to see more student artwork. They'd love to see sensory elements incorporated into their yards. improving the usability of the living classroom garden. So throughout the district, the living classroom or the learning garden is very different depending where you are. So we, noted, for example, that Amy and I has a really great learning garden. They have a secured area. They have benches and storage. Whereas a place like Vargas that only has 2 planter beds, we're trying to understand like where those discrepancies exist and how can we bring everybody up to the same standard and provide the same amenity. Creating areas for different kinds of movement, therapeutic spaces that are accessible for all students at all times of the day. And when it comes to exploration and discovery, I think just generally the idea of having nature play areas that are accessible to children during their recess and lunch is very important. And improving the usability of those outdoor spaces by either creating spaces that are visible, have proximity to areas that are being supervised or proximity to classrooms, and the important fact of just including more seating where we find that students are spending most of their time when they're outside their classrooms. Opportunities for wildlife observation. And then under outdoor learning, again, just improving the usability of the outdoor classroom. So providing instructional tools, having proximity to classrooms, seating tables, educational signage, and cultural learning opportunities related to the local and indigenous communities. And then under operations and sustainability and student safety and experience, it's more just consistent maintenance, whether through PTA, outside volunteer involvement, or school clubs. We found that most sites have networks and different outdoor volunteer kind of organizations. So if there was a way to share that information or to help create that network for other school sites, that would be a way to really bring in community assistance to kind of maintain or steward the yard. And for student safety, just more welcoming pickup and drop off areas, specifically with seating, shade, and planting, repairing broken, aging infrastructure and equipment, and addressing tripping hazards. So in some sites, there are benches outside right at pickup, and in others, there aren't. And in some, there are, but they're not fully functional or they are not fully fastened. So they're kind of tipping. So trying to create kind of a more functional and safe experience when students are being picked up and dropped off. And then moving into our greening opportunities. So it's really great that through all the input and feedback that we have received from the principals and staff, is that what George and I, which George is not here tonight, but what George and I have been discussing kind of in the background as we're having these meetings, we're really happy to see that everyone's kind of on the same page about some of the opportunities that exist that we can begin to really create designs and implement solutions to, using very natural kind of programs. So for the heat island mitigation, we can look at ways of just increasing more tree canopy. I think for George and I, there's a great desire to introduce a diverse and exciting native tree palette to each school site, specifically introducing them in the playgrounds where one, they can provide shade, but they also can provide a educational opportunity, by learning how trees change through the seasons, by providing trees that have seasonal interest or flowering during a certain time of the year. Those are the kinds of things that we want to begin to spark kind of that excitement in the playground with. Definitely incorporating painted asphalt and natural surfacing materials to, one, help reflect the amount of albedo that we're getting from the sun, and then also to find areas that are just generally cooler than paved spaces. For nature play, definitely incorporating more natural materials like natural boulders and logs that are coming from local areas, or they're coming from the Bay Area, so that you get to learn a little bit about the geology that's here, that we have a lot of here. Adding topography by incorporating play hills or just smaller areas where planting does mound up to create kind of a sense of interest, a semi-enclosed space that can be kind of a reading nook or a quiet play zone. And then also looking at ways that we can incorporate those natural materials to support vestibular movement. With regards to seating and gathering areas, we definitely want to work on creating those in areas that are protected from the elements, through, one, increasing tree canopy again, But as I've been kind of touching on this whole presentation, but activating existing shaded areas is a big one. Being able to provide them instant shade in that way, I think while the trees are growing over time is really important. So we want to work with the staff in the larger community to understand where benches can easily be placed, or a space for seating in general can be placed that's already shaded. And then providing amenities at school frontage. We really want to make, pick up and drop off exciting, but also easy and safe so that students aren't just kind of huddling around waiting for parents to come by. Or a few times we were at pickup and drop off and saw students running from point A to point B, and like students that are sitting in the middle of that. So trying to create avenues for them to feel like they can sit and actually wait for parents in a safer location is important. And then therapeutic interventions, obviously working on developing contemplation spaces through the use of these semi-enclosed spaces through like native plantings and mounding. Also sensory walks, which Mistral is really awesome at, has a lot of great examples that we can pull from, just to kind of, one, distract students a little bit more as they're walking so that they're not feeling like they got the wiggles. Providing maybe ways that we can support school, the school goals or the school objectives, and then also incorporating sensory planting. So planting can also be sensory, incorporating touch and sound and visuals into a planting palette that can really be exciting throughout the year. And lastly, just ecological literacy, being able to incorporate native planting, but with signage and areas where there's observation, exploration, and courage. Those are just some really important factors that Georgia and I have seen that could be opportunities that we can discuss, prioritizing for this district in this first phase of design. And so with that, I leave you all with some thoughts. I don't know if Ron is going to join in.
Yes, Ron is up next. So go ahead and stop sharing your screen and he'll take over.
Can we ask questions about this section of the presentation before we move on? Or Ron, are you presenting on the greening of the campuses or moving on to the next set of slides?
I'm sharing about the Green Ribbon Schools application. So, and there's questions at the end, but if you want to get Carly now.
I would love to discuss this section because they're kind of two separate.
Okay. So trustees, any clarifying questions on what we heard today from Carly? Yes, Vice President Conley.
Yes, thank you. Carly, I appreciate the presentation and the thoroughness of it. I enjoyed looking at the materials provided as well. When you all were developing the index and the different categories, the metric checklist, where did the metrics come from? The items within each category.
So on the scorecards, the individual items on each objective, or the objectives themselves?
I'm looking at, for example, in the report that was provided, the Carducci materials.pdf, page 106, it's appendix 5, I think. It lists outdoor learning is the section it's talking about, and then it has 10 items that have check marks or don't have check marks. Where were those from?
So those individual items were actually developed by Georgia and I and Emma. And it was collaborative in the sense that we did a lot of research with existing metrics that are today. So Oakland Unified, LAUSD, Green Schoolyards America, resources that have been growing ever since the pandemic began. So definitely with some research from Emma as well, we were able to first we began with the objectives. So we thought about all the great things that Mountain View has suggested in their sustainability resolution, and thought about how we could then apply concepts that we had learned through various seminars that we have taken part of with Green Schoolyards America, and through our own avenue of like Emma's research with her master's thesis. We began to then break out the 6 objectives that we felt were most important for the district. And then from that came the many brainstorming sessions to develop those 10 metrics that we felt were most indicative of some of the things that Georgia and I saw as opportunities when we did our site visits, but also just generally speaking with with different metrics already existing, elements that are just very important for student development and child development with regards to outdoor spaces and natural learning.
May I ask, sorry to interrupt you. May I ask, did the sustainability committee take place in developing these metrics?
The
parents, community members, and our task force that was put together to talk about this?
So the 3 meetings that we presented to the task force, that was kind of our draft sessions of us sharing with them the information that we had discovered. So they provided input with regards to the individual objectives, as well as some of the different metrics that you saw in there, as well as the specialist team provided input towards the mental well-being checklist. And then we also provided the opportunity for, when we met with principals, to discuss and make notes if some of the metrics were also applicable or not.
I think, something that I'm surprised by in this is that, basically it gives a flat weight to things that, as a board, we're going to have to make decisions about what we fund. And we're going to have to decide what's more important to pay for because we have limited funds. And so when I look at a checklist like this, where, for example, let's see, I'm going to go to page 105 of the appendix. So I'm looking at the physical comfort checklist, and it talks about, are you using natural materials like mulch, decomposed granite, or stone for physical interaction? Am I going to weight that the same level that I weight whether or not there is a shaded, comfortable lunch area? No, those are not equally important to me. And so having this become an aggregate score where things that I think are less important are weighted equally with things that I think are vital. Signage is weighted equally with having therapeutic interventions. I'm really concerned about taking an equal approach to so many of these different things that actually are very different and particular, and some are much more important than others. I also had a question about
just real quick. The goal wasn't to provide a weight to any of these. The board hasn't determined what its priorities are. The goal was just simply to score them and to give an assessment, and then the board during because you have a study session that will be devoted to this, and then also at some point you'll have to make a decision. You will have to make determinations as to what your priorities are at that time. This is just simply an assessment of everything that actually took place. It doesn't indicate that one is worth more or less than another.
I agree, except that if you look on slide number 12, or actually sorry, I'm in the appendix still, it's page 33. There is, the aggregate score is used to determine which sites needs work and which don't. And so while this is just an assessment, it is actually giving an overall score. So what I would like to see for the study session, I just want to make sure we have the information, or that I have the information I need to make a good choice at the study session. I would like to see a table for each of the score categories, the 6 different categories, that shows the checklist results for each school so that I can compare them in one glance for each category. I would also like to see, if you go to slide 27, where, let me see if I've got the right one. Yep. Or slide 28, where it has the schools listed and it talks about usable space. So you shift between using square feet and using percentages. I would like you to consistently use both square feet and percentages.
Those are both noted there. So the square foot is noted in the prior to the percentage?
Overhang is 39% of the shaded space. Can you just put the square footage beside that?
Yes.
The lawn area is 83% of the softscape. And can you also include a column for per student? So what is the square footage per student at that site? Because the density of these sites really matters. I am shocked, frankly, when I look at slide 33 with the summary of the school grading scores, and I see that a school site like AMI, which has a huge amount of green space, is ranked as needing work with a score that is comparable to Castro's. And the open space that's available at those sites per student is extremely different. Like it's got to be at least double or triple per student.
But I think that's the point, right? So
But that's not represented anywhere in this data.
you're in this instance, and I want to respectfully disagree. In this instance, you're prioritizing open space. But there may be another trustee that wants to prioritize something else and feels like that has to be weighted. And so I think, and I would actually suggest that even though right now the study session is going to be on a Thursday, you probably want to move this to a Saturday at this point, and you need to have a conversation about which item actually matters the most and should be provided the most weight. Because right now we're just doing an assessment, and what we're saying is, in this case, one school may be excelling, but in another instance, another school isn't. And without providing any weight to that, because we don't know where the board's priorities are.
So I'm simply asking for the information to be able to evaluate that as a board. I appreciate that a significant amount of work has gone into this. So I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater, but yeah. And then I had just two more questions, and I'll be quick.
I'm not saying that the information you're requesting, Carly, seems to be amenable to. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply saying when you started discussing open space mattered more than something else, that's where I think we drew the distinction. We didn't want to weigh one more than another because we didn't understand what the board wanted to prioritize. And that's, I think, the beauty of having the study session where you can say open space or green or the field matters more in this instance than sensory walks, right? Because technically there's two schools that have sensory walks and no other school does. And so they have, Stevenson being one of them. It doesn't give Stevenson the overall advantage, but if we prioritize sensory walks, Stevenson is going to have a leg up, and that's for the board to make the deliberation. We can provide you with all the data.
Okay. That's totally fine. I did want to ask, have you all read about and been looking at when you're talking about putting color on pavement, there is more and more coming out about reflective paint used on pavement to cool it, actually concentrating heat in the area right above the pavement and making it unbearably hot for pedestrians. So have you all been looking at that research? Because I'm concerned about the idea of painting all the concrete sounds great until you actually encounter the physics of it and it actually heats above the concrete for children.
We have been using just the LEED standards with regards to pavement and what the LEED organization has determined as, appropriate colors and painting to be used for outdoor spaces. But I will definitely look into articles regarding that matter. That's the first that I've heard of that.
There's a great article, September 21st by Bloomberg. It's called "The Hottest Urban Heat Solution Comes with a Glaring Trade-Off." And then my last question was, when we first discussed the Green Index, I asked that information about children's access to open space in their surrounding neighborhood, because these are neighborhood schools, be a part of the Green Index, and I don't see that data included anywhere.
The students from the neighborhood schools.
So the students' access to open space in the surrounding community. So for example, Mauna Loma has less access to open space in the surrounding neighborhood than, say, Bub. Because Bub is near Cuesta Park, which is many, many acres. This is something that Los Angeles used in their green index. They took into account the access that children have to open space outside of the school day as well in their green index, and prioritize schools where children do not have as much access to open space outside of school. Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And I really appreciate everything that Trustee Connolly said. Fully agree with every question. Those are really important, what was said there and asked. Kind of similar thing on the scoring, it's on our PDF, it's page 33, that shows all the scores of what needs work and what's adequate. Could you provide more context for how Montaloma ended up being the lowest scoring at 10 out of 60 of all the schools? And the reason I ask that is that on the chart where they track how many trees are on campus, it seems like Montaloma had the highest tree cover. So on a green scoring index, I'm trying to understand for something that's a green screening score, how does one of our greenest schools end up the lowest scoring on here? Could you provide some context, please?
Yes, so as we assessed Montaloma sites, the questions on the individual metrics and scorecards had to do with the areas that are accessible to the students during their lunch and recess and class time. So when we discuss tree coverage, it's specific to the areas surrounding the playground, which currently there's only that one playground that's behind the library that really has substantial tree coverage. So when we looked at tree cover, and that was one of the points from principals, is a lot of the tree coverage is coming from the perimeters of the campuses where they don't normally access during the school day due to either supervision issues or they just areas were too far for them to take their classrooms out to for certain activities, or there were just no amenities in those areas for them to take classrooms to. So assessing Montaloma is really specific to the areas that they use.
Thank you. And could you provide some further context on the committee's role in developing the scoring system? So is it that like each of the committees kind of gave feedback at the beginning and then Carducci developed the score? Or is it that the formula was developed concurrently with the committee? Like if I asked the committee member, would they say they were part of the co-authors of this? Or would they say, oh, I gave feedback at the beginning and then the staff there, Carducci, created it, but they didn't have hands in the ongoing process? Can we explain for the board what committee members say about their involvement in this? Thank you.
Yes. So if the board remembers back in August when we had an update from the sustainability committee, Carly and George also provided an update on the metrics that they were planning on using. So the sustainability committee met during the summer multiple times, and each time Carducci brought back, here's where we think we're at. This is what we've gathered. And the committee gave feedback on things that they'd like to see adjusted or changed. So they're very much part of the process. They are the ones that really created this. I think Carducci did a lot of the research and brought information on what could be included, but the committee is the one that really helped drive the decision-making process.
Thank you.
Trustees, any further questions? No. Okay, then we will.
Yeah.
Yes, Trustee Lambert.
Could you discuss a little bit how you expect the metrics to be used?
Yes, so for George and I, with the goal after our final community meeting on the 6th, him and I are going to take all the information that we have gathered, including the scoring, to then look at ways that we can provide different design solutions in the playgrounds that can address some of the areas or categories that school sites are falling short in. So using that chart and seeing the different scores on each scorecard and categories where we see that they're either scoring less in or just amenities that are missing, we plan on using that information to guide us in proposing different design solutions for each campus. So it is in most ways district-wide goals that we're focusing on and different improvements that district-wide can be applicable, but they are site-specific solutions to each campus because each campus has their own challenges and obstacles that we would like to help address. So in addition to those scores, we are also using the feedback that we're getting from staff, principals, soon to be community, neighbors, parents, and then hopefully through our Google survey as well.
Following up on some of the comments from the other trustees, I'd highly recommend that you work closely with the staff and the principals at the school. That you work closely with the staff and principals at the school sites initially in the process, and also with the task force, rather than just, coming up with your own solution and then asking them to approve or disapprove of it, but make it a very collaborative process. And I really like what you said too, that every school site is different. It has its strengths and weaknesses, and not, in my opinion, maybe the optimal solution is to not incorporate every one of your ideas into every single school site, right?
Can't do that.
Really okay if they're different, and it just to maximize the usefulness for each site. So thank you.
So just a process. So our first crack at getting feedback actually would be with the board during the study session, prior to taking it back to anyone. If you want us to do it opposite, then we need to know.
So the current plan is we will be sharing with you all in the study session some of the ideas that we have based off all the feedback that we've received. And then with your recommendations and your comments, we will then take those to revised plans and create solutions that we can then come back to you for approval, as well as sharing with the various stakeholders before. So Vargas as a pilot, we're following that same program. It'll be a collaborative process.
So don't forget, I think all of us are going to be very engaged with this process. It's something we all care deeply about. One thing I would suggest, knowing that some of us have limited time, give us time before the meeting, the board meeting, with materials, with ideas, maybe things we should read and things like that, so we can start thinking about it, a few weeks ahead of time, rather than just a few days ahead of time, because there's no bandwidth for that. And because we're all engaged, I think we actually will put the time in to prepare for it. So,
thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
Just sort of echoing off of, maybe this is more for Dr. Rudolph, but when I look at that grid, the summary with the golds and the yellows and the greens, I'm kind of shocked that Stevenson scores much higher than Mauna Loma, for example. And I think, that's probably that, to Devin's point, that things were giving sort of equal weight, and they have that one little sensory path, which is cool. Don't get me wrong, but that doesn't make up for all the trees that they have in the interior of the campus, and surroundings at Mauna Loma, in my opinion. But to the point that somebody just made, or Bill just made, that, every school is not the same and they may have different priorities and values. To the extent we can get some feedback from the site communities ahead of time about what their priorities are, because this lays everything out, and it's great that you captured these things. And, some of this I might never have thought of. So I appreciate it being brought to our attention, but that we can't make every school a 10 out of 10 in every category. I think it might be helpful to get a little bit of feedback ahead of time, because I also don't want to be the one coming from on high sort of saying, well, I like trees and that's the most important thing, when at certain campuses, they may say, we've got trees, but we really are looking for more interactive environments and boulders and outdoor place areas or something at our school. So I would like a little bit of information about those priorities. I think would be helpful for me ahead of the study session.
So just remember that Stevenson sits on 17 acres that is completely enclosed, versus Montaloma, where we made a strategic decision to carve off about 4 acres of the field, right? And so that, and Stevenson, the whole field, Stevenson Therkoff actually has more trees on its campus, even though they're lined on the outside, than Montaloma, but those are accessible. And I think that's where you start to see some of the weights as you keep going. That's where the 17-acre campus versus a 10-acre campus that's now been carved off to 3 or 4 you're going to see a difference, and then you get another score for a sensory walk that doesn't exist at a different campus. We are collecting feedback already. I know they flew through it earlier, but they've already been reaching out to staff, and now they will have the community meetings. All of that information will be presented to the board. However, the first designs for each site, the first time they will be made public will actually be at the board meeting, just similar to while we presented at the first meeting this year about the actual sort of rubric greening score that was developed over the summer. This is the first time that the actual greening index has been presented. So the feedback that's been asked by the principal as well as the staff did not take into account the greening index to influence them to say, these are the priorities. Instead, it says, what is really the most important thing at your particular site that is needed, so that it's not driven by, well, you need to fix the sensory walk because that's a 0 out of 10. Now, the community meetings may be a little bit different, and we group those strategically by areas because, you know, for all intents and purposes, Amai, Graham, and Bob all are in a similar situation in terms of green space, whereas the schools on the northern side will be a little bit different. But at the study session, you'll probably have way too much information, but you'll have all that information in terms of the feedback that's been collected from the principal, the feedback that's been collected from the staff, as well as the feedback from the community meetings. And then that will influence the designs. You will be able to prioritize. These are the things that we really think are important. Once that happens, we will be able to take the designs out and sort of triangulate where the information is, and they won't have to bring back yet another set of designs to you for final approval. So you will get this information. And this is similar to the process that we use with Vargas. But we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves and present this information before you had a chance to get a crack at it.
Thank you. That's helpful. And just one other thing that might be helpful in terms of analyzing this stuff, like a sensory walk, like how much does that cost? Because I think the sensory walk, at least at Stevenson, that I'm thinking of, it's really cool, and but I don't think it would be a great expense to add that at various schools, and it's more of a question of like, do the schools want something like that? So just a sense of expense might be helpful as well.
And if I may, one aspect of that table with the summary of scores as well as the individual category scores, by no means is that meant to essentially state that these categories, because of their score, means that they're in more priority than others. I think the beauty of having the individual scores per category is that you can begin to see where certain schools are a little bit stronger in certain aspects of their outdoor space than others. And if you look at, for example, I think Stevenson was brought up. Stevenson has a very lovely outdoor learning garden that they have since improved upon. And when we were there, it's used for various dual purposes beyond some of the other sites that use their learning garden only specific to curriculum from Living Classroom. And we want to begin to understand how we can integrate spaces such as the one at Stevenson at other sites that can be accessible to students during the school day so that those scores can also come up. So it's just opportunities for enhancement more than prioritizing enhancement. I think we won't reach 10 out of 10 in this first phase for sure, but we will definitely focus on those areas that we get with feedback from the board and from the community and the stakeholders to kind of balance where those improvements will lie. So that way we can make the most use of the budget in a way that's providing the most quality for the outdoor spaces at each school site.
Vice President Conley.
Thank you. That clarification was very helpful because it feels like things are being prioritized here. And I think that's what we're reacting to, is we don't necessarily agree with the prioritization that shows up in that grid. And I can tell you that if you haven't talked to Stevenson yet, what they're going to say about that garden area is there's no seating for children in that garden area. So it's actually not that comfortable to work in and hold a whole lesson in. And they have a garden curriculum that every classroom uses and goes out to use it. And it's not an adequate space right now for that. I did have one more question, which was one of the metrics is lawn is limited to necessary areas. And one of our goals is actually to cool school sites, and turf has been shown to be much, much cooler. Any natural surface is much, much cooler than some of the softscape or the hardscape. So I don't understand why that is included as a metric. I don't think that, I understand, if it's from a water usage perspective, then maybe it's non-native grasses or something are limited to a certain area, but lawn, unfortunately, is one of our most effective tools for decreasing temperature. It's much more effective than painting concrete.
I think that's a great point. We can add a kind of expand on that notion of what we mean by lawn. Specifically, we're referring to the manicured lawns that are used for athletic fields that can be very water thirsty, and also in some school sites where there isn't effective drainage, they're not really usable because of different muddy areas that the students aren't allowed to go in. So part of that metric or that goal was to look at limiting areas of lawn that's important for areas where students are actually receiving cooling, lawn areas that are actually being used for athletic recreational uses, and then finding ways to incorporate native planting palettes like a native mow-free grass substitute in spaces that students can interact with on a different level, and other native planting types as well that can provide a similar cooling effect when coupled with trees and adequate shade. It's not to completely eliminate lawn. That's definitely not a goal. But looking at ways that we could be more effective with the uses of it so that it's more native, it's more water or drought tolerant, and also more effective so it's not just mud during the rainy seasons.
And then finally, when you're talking about like the sensory walks at Mistral, for example, two of the trustees, we have students over there, so we're pretty familiar with that site. That paint is just like store-bought paint for walls, and it wears off every year and has to be repainted by volunteers. It is not what I would consider an established sensory walk. It's not painted with the same kind of paints that the district uses when we paint things. So I think including it as though it's a done deal or like I don't know. I think we also need to look at the longevity of these things and whether or not they're professionally done. Not that I'm knocking, the work is wonderful at Mistral, but I would like things like that to use paints that last.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we should continue with the presentation and then with Ron, and then we'll keep asking some clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, folks. My name is Ron Wheelahan. I'm an independent business consultant helping with this project. This is the Green Ribbon Schools application. And we have the application in. A big shout out to Shelley Hausman and all staff and all partners that contributed to the application. It had over 65 responses, 47 some pages, all said and done. And if you recall, the Green Ribbon Schools program is a national program. But first, in order to have your application into the U.S. Department of Ed, we have to go through the California Department of Ed. So we submitted the application on October 27th, a couple weeks ago, and it is in process. And so they read the applications and they give out the score sometime in mid-January. And then the state has the award ceremony on Earth Day, which this in the upcoming year is on April 22nd. So as the state reads each application, and there was 100 points, 20,000 words and 100 points. They rate each one and give it a score. And then they give out state awards of bronze level, silver level, gold level. And then finally, they select 4 schools or school districts to be nominated to the U.S. Department of Ed's Green Ribbon Award. The purpose is this is if on the first try you don't get the green ribbon or a green achiever award, that it's an iterative process that you can continue to work on your program. As you can see, some schools have attempted writing the green ribbon award application several times, and you improve each year. Clearly we are working on different greening projects. The solar project finished up last year. We don't have the panels haven't been active for a full year. So it is a process that goes through, but we're going to go, it's not go for the gold, it's go for the green. So I'll make my presentation real quick. So the application contained 3 pillars, and we were talking about metrics. So pillar 1 is about reduced impacts on the environment. And we've got specific metrics that we benchmarked, found out where we are with our energy use, for example, our garbage, our disposal, our landfill, how much we're diverting. Pillar 2 involves health and wellness of the sites. That's what we were just talking about, the environment, the chemicals we use for cleaning, the overall school environment for students, staff. And then finally, pillar 3 is the educational component of environmental studies. And we do a lot around STEM in our curriculum. And so I'll just give you a couple quick highlights of the application went in. We talked about the $400,000 that we've saved so far, cost-wise, the reduction of 394.5 metric tons of CO2 equivalent that we did not emit. The generation of our PV system, plus we purchased energy that we buy off the grid from Silicon Valley Clean Energy. 77% of our energy is renewable. So renewable includes, all renewable type energies without including hydro or nuclear. So Silicon Valley has a little bit of that in their mix. How much we've reduced our water use. We've been changing out some of the nozzles, and then we've been diverting. Each school has 3 bins, one for waste, one for recycling, and one for compost. So the 2 compost and recycling, so that is what we're diverting, and then we're trying to minimize the solid waste going to the landfill. Some of the things we can talk about, the health and wellness of staff. We use minimal pesticides. We've improved our HVAC systems throughout with your bond project. Portable air purification units in each classroom. We've got the farm to school eating program, health and wellness committee, and coordinated health approach. So that's some of the pillar 2 things we pointed out in our application. Pillar 3, of course, we talk about all of our environmental and sustainability programs, our committees, our programs such as Yosemite, Walton West, and local field trips. Also our education component of STEM and project-based learning. So those were the highlights of our application. It's in with the CDE. It's for schools to reach full sustainability. So some schools may be behind us, some schools or districts are ahead of us. So this will kind of find out where we are and how much more do we have to go to be fully integrated. And we just had a great conversation about greening the campuses. So it's an iterative process. You can apply year after year. Some schools have taken several years. The program has been around for about 10 years, the national program. Some of our neighboring schools have tried 4 or 5 years to get to the national Green School Award. Again, we'll find out what our score is in January, February. We'll continue our sustainability work, target gaps. Earth Day celebration is coming up in April. And also, May is Green Schoolyards Month. So the CD expects some green schoolyards activities to happen in the month of May. And after we find out our score, we can reapply and put in all of the new work next October. Any new savings that we have for having our all of our bond projects done, and we've been moving along the greening of the campuses. So that's my update. We hopefully will, not go for the gold, go for the green. So that's my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions or.
Thank you for the presentation. Trustees, any final questions before we move on to public comments? No. Okay. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on the presentations tonight, you may raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, just giving that a moment. Seeing as there are none, trustees, any final comments? Yes, Trustee Ching.
Thank you. And appreciate and agree with all the comments that have been made in the question section, and just wanted to show my support for the comments and suggestions that were already shared by our other board members. I was under the impression that this green score thing came out of our climate change resolution, and also the fact that we had to cut trees at Vargas, and then we talked about how do we do it equitably. If we're going to add trees to Vargas, how do we ensure that other schools get trees as well? So like in my mind, this whole thing started about helping us decide who needs trees, because trees have a major impact on children, and it's a carbon sink, which helps with climate change and things like that. And when I look at this index of what's being created, it reminds me less of like if I was a board member, as a board member trying to figure out which schools need trees, the scoring doesn't help me with that. And in fact, the scoring here looks more like the kind of scoring we use when we're developing a needs assessment for a bond, versus what I want to see is a scoring index that shows us, with the money we have left in Measure T, how do we add more trees to our campuses? And what I see here, and what I'm afraid of, and we don't have the solutions yet, but I'm afraid of that we're going to get back all these solutions that we actually don't have money to pay for. And that's good information for the next bond, but we're still trying to finish this bond, and we don't have the next bond in the future. And so like, it'd be very unuseful for me personally, I think unuseful for our school district, to receive all these recommendations that we don't have funds for. And so what I seek is, I guess, I agree when Dr. Rudolph said that it was like, we're going to receive too much information. I see that as a worry. I think that this is over-engineered in that sense. What I like to see is, I want to see data on where can we put trees. Maybe if we're still having funds to do outdoor learning spaces, that too, but then where do we need trees? Because I feel like that's tied to this. And the part that made me realize that the scoring was off is that Monteloma has a lot of trees, right? It wouldn't be in my mind the campus that needs most trees. But then on the scoring, it comes on the low score, and it comes off the low score because it considers everything outside of what will be a future fence as not instructional space, when for the last 60 years, like for Monteloma's history, there was no fence, and all that was usable space, right? So like, I'm a teacher who I literally every day take my kids to a public park. My school doesn't have, we take our kids to a public park in Palo Alto to use that as play space. So like, I feel like we have baked in this impression that anything outside of a future fence in Monteloma is no longer instructional space, and that's baked into the scoring, which has resulted in Monteloma being the lowest scoring on this index. And I think that's that's a perception that could change, right? Because there's nothing that absolutely says that that anything on the other side of the fence is no longer usable. That every tree and every greenery outside of a future fence in Monte Loma is no longer accessible by kids, and that's what's baked into the score. So I would welcome when this comes back to the board, something that shows us where can we put more trees, because we can be a school district. I mean, this is a greening score, so I'd like to see more greening. And I think otherwise, all that other information, I think is noise at this moment. Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Conley.
Thank you, President Berman. Quickly, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Second.
I would actually extend it even longer. I think the next topic is pretty important. Pre-K and things like that. I think we're going to have an equally long discussion. So it's, believe me, believe me, I was up till 1 o'clock last night, so I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah.
What is the motion? 11:15?
And my motion was 11.
We can try 11.
Try 11, yeah.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by Vice President Conley and seconded by Trustee Chang, we are extending you supported unanimously going until 11.
And if we need to
Yes,
for part of the conversation, I assume that that's a possibility.
yes, Trustee Chang.
And just like Dr. Rudolph and the president, are there items here that can we push to some future meeting? Like, are these all time sensitive? Right.
No.
TK can't be, or the preschool can't be heard in December.
I think we have parents who have been waiting to speak on this issue, so I don't want to not speak about it.
Historically, the org meeting, I've never recalled the org meeting happening in November.
No, it's a discussion. It's not an action.
Discussion.
And that has to happen?
It's only, the discussion should happen because the rotation has to happen at our next board meeting. It must happen at our next board meeting.
I'm just saying,
Because
historically, we've not had a
we have-
org discussion in November.
We have.
Well, at least the previous
went-
board that I was on, we never
Oh.
had a November org discussion.
We've been doing it this will be my 6th year.
Okay.
And then I had a comment about this process. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
So I think, I'm looking forward to the study session and getting kind of more of the data and teasing things apart. I appreciate that this is an aspirational presentation, so I don't think we are going to be able to fund everything. It's not bad to have a plan because I imagine school sites taking this back, knowing what we are going to fund, and then, over time, working with their PTAs or working with the district or working with grants to try and fund other pieces of it. So I don't think that that's a bad thing. Monte Loma, I sat in that staff input meeting and every single staff member in the room said that they will not take their students outside the fence during the day. So regardless of what we hope it might be in the future, that is where every single person in that room stood. And so I think that's why it ended up being the boundaries that are here. And then I'd love to see before the study session, the materials that Carducci was using as their research sources, I don't usually expect the final work product we get to be based on someone's master's thesis. I would like to see the research that went into it and maybe even hear from committee members.
Like to make
Yes.
a brief comment. I see this process as a way of starting to think about in general how we approach sustainability issues in our schools. And my opinion of this, I don't see this, coming up with a plan and then implementing it across the entire district. One thing, there's financial issues involved, but also two, some of these campuses are going to grow for various reasons. We're going to do construction on them. Things are going to happen. And so to run off and start doing all of this work right away on something that is going to change and be replaced in a few years doesn't make any sense. But it's just a way for us to start thinking about sustainability. So when we do projects, even on a limited basis, let's say at Vargas, we're going to learn a lot, and then we can apply what we learned to another campus and just, sort of go slow and pace ourselves. That's how I see us doing this. And start thinking, though, and thinking of metrics, thinking of ideas. and we'll grow with that. So thank you.
Wonderful. I'll just add that I just appreciate all the work that's done into creating this index, and as Trustee Lambert just mentioned, it is sort of the beginning of the conversation, and I'm sure there'll be more to come from it. Looking forward to getting a little bit of input from each individual site. And as was mentioned earlier, I think, looking at the density of the school and, the proximity to the open space, I think I also had in my notes is pretty important too. But I know that this, like I said, this is just the beginning of the conversation. And so I think we're going to dig in a little deeper into the study session. So thank you so much for the opportunity tonight to get that conversation started. Okay, and with that, we'll move on to universal pre-kindergarten. We have a presentation thank you, Carly. And we have a presentation tonight on universal pre-kindergarten.
Yes, good evening, trustees. I'm going to share my screen and we'll get started. Okay, so, all right. So tonight I'm here to talk with you about universal pre-kindergarten. Of course, it's aligned to our strategic plan or UPK in general. And I want to bring us back to universal pre-kindergarten was started back around the 2020-2021 school year as a way for the state to really bring a bigger focus to early childhood education. And for UPK in Mountain View, Wisman, we have transitional kindergarten and we have our California State preschool program. And we also run a special education preschool program. And if you recall, we came to you on May 18th and we talked about kindergarten readiness. And we did talk about the fact that we are going to need to make some policy decisions regarding preschool and transitional kindergarten, because both of these programs require specialized facilities and staffing and impact our budget. And I do want to say that one of the reasons we're here tonight is really because of the lack of coordinated planning when the state decided to roll out transitional kindergarten. So transitional kindergarten is going to allow for all 4-year-old children to be enrolled in a program in the 2025-26 school year. All children whose 4th birthday occurs before September 1st will have access to TK at a school district. Students turning 5 between September 2nd and April 2nd are currently eligible for TK, and that will expand to June 2nd in 24-25 and to September 1st in 25-26. And we need to remember that parents have a choice here. They can choose to enroll their children in TK or preschool. So requirements, our classroom teachers must have 24 early childhood education units in addition to their teaching credential by the 24-25 school year. And we must keep ratios of 1 to 12 for students, as long as we're enrolling students within the current year age range for TK, or 1 to 10 if we're enrolling any students outside of the current year age range. And by 25-26, the student to adult ratio will be 1 to 10. And TK classrooms follow a similar rule as kindergarten, where they must contain restrooms that are self-contained within the classroom or within the TK kindergarten complex. So state preschool, we operate a part day, part year California State preschool program, and we serve students starting at age 2 years, 9 months. We offer both full day and half day programs for students, and full day slots are offered to families at below market rates, which does impact the budget. The number of full day slots has increased over the last few years because that's really a parent need. At Latham School, we have 4 half day sessions and 1 full day class, and at Therakoff, we have 2 half day sessions and 3 full day classes. We also offer special education preschool, They are students who, when they turn 3, are referred to our preschool, and we are required to assess the students that are located in our boundaries that have an IEP to determine the need for continued eligibility for an IEP, and we are required to provide services to students in preschool based on the IEP. So staffing for TK, currently we have 8 full-time general education teachers. We have 2 full-time education specialists for our co-taught TK classes. And then we have 18 6-hour TK aides to help keep us within ratio. For state preschool, we have 7 full-time positions. They work 7 hours a day, and they have specific requirements about early childhood education, and they have an ongoing professional growth requirement of 105 hours every 5 years. We have 13 part-time instructional assistants in our state preschool at 6 hours a day. And they have need a minimum of 12 units in early childhood education, and also must get that 105 hours of professional growth. Special education preschool has a variety of staff because we offer a variety of programs. We offer classes as well as scheduled walk-in services. And so you can see here the list of staff that operates out of our special education preschool, although they also split time at other sites. So looking at enrollment, so for TK last year, we had 99 students enrolled at 5 classes at Therakoff. We had originally planned for 6 classes based on enrollment projections we've gotten both from the district and from the state, but we ended up only enrolling 5 classes. And we ended the year with 24 spots. This year we expanded. We have 165 students, and these numbers are from mid-October. 165 students with 23 open spots currently. We do have 1 class capped at 20 because we do have enrollment of 1 student out of the age range. These are our demographics. The majority of our students in our TK classes are Hispanic Latino, and the percentage mirrors that of our district. So for state preschool, we went from 186 to 176 available spaces. And we have currently 96 half-day slots, 80 full-day slots, and 10 full-fee slots. So for total enrollment right now, we have 100 students. But in preschool, we enroll continuously over the course of the year, and enrollment will continue through February of 2024. So we expect that number to increase. Currently, we have 76 open spaces, and the majority of them are in our part-day classes. You can see also that we have 9 kids enrolled who are also eligible to enroll in transitional kindergarten, but parents opted to put them in our preschool. These are our demographics, and you can see the majority of our students in our preschool are Hispanic Latino, which exceeds our district enrollment percentage. For special education preschool, we serve 57 children currently, and we have 34 in process of being assessed. And students there either attend half-day preschool classes with embedded services or come for scheduled walk-in services, including speech language, occupational therapy, vision, physical therapy, etc. And these numbers will increase over the course of the school year as children in our attendance boundaries turn 3. So some funding information. We've talked about this. TK is an unfunded mandate for MVWSD. We are a community funded district, so we did not collect money for students attending our programs. And so the only funding currently that we have that's offsetting our TK costs is the UPK planning grant, but we will expend this grant by the end of next year to offset furniture costs and staffing costs. So you can see here, we're looking at a projected somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 million to run our TK program in the 23-24 school year, and looking at anywhere between $2.5 and $2.8 million in 24-25. And that's really going to depends on enrollment, how many kids come, And if we end up having facilities with bathrooms in the classrooms or not, because this year we added an additional aid to each classroom for classrooms that did not have a bathroom. For state preschool, again, we operate that part day, part year state preschool program, and we receive funding from the state only for part day, part year preschool, 3 hours a day, 175 days a year. And enrollment is income-based, except for families residing in the Castro neighborhood, those with students with IEPs, those with children in protective services, and families experiencing homelessness. Castro neighborhood families qualify for free preschool regardless of their income, and that's at the Latham site only. So while we're not contracted with CDE to provide full day state preschool, due to parent demand, we have added an extended day program, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. for part day state preschool eligible families at a reduced rate, as well as some full fee spaces for families. The fees we do collect are below market rate, and we do contribute funds to offset the cost of the full day program. So you can see here, our CSPP contract over the last 2 years has been around $2 million. We've earned about 1.5 million of that contract. We've collected some fees from families, and then you can see the district contribution to the fee-based program, and that's pending right now because we haven't finished enrollment. In past years, and this would be before COVID, we would have lost unfilled slots. So when we don't fill our CSPP contract, then what's happened in the past is the state has reduced our contract and we would lose seats. But because of COVID recovery, we've been provided hold harmless years. But that will end after June 2025, and then we will be dependent on the number of students enrolled, and low enrollment will mean that it will reduce the amount of money we earn for preschool. This is just a snapshot of our tuition schedule. So the top part is for our students that are already eligible for part day state preschool. And there you can see the monthly tuition they pay to attend full day. And at the bottom, you can see if families do not want to disclose their income, this is what we charge for them to have a full day program. So some changes are coming that arrived because of with the trailer bills. There are adjustments being made to the priorities in which children are enrolled in state preschool. There is a hold harmless clause, like I mentioned, that will go through July 2025, and part year, part day preschool continues to be free for families. Oops, sorry, a little quick there. And moving forward, full day, full year state preschool will also be free for many families at significantly reduced fees and at significantly reduced fees for others. Families with incomes at 75% of the state median, less of the state median income will not be charged any fees for full day. And those above 75% SMI will only pay 1%. And that really could mean a fee of only $30 for a family making $3,000 a month. I want to be clear, though, that we would still have to look at the program calendar. And by converting to full day, we would decrease the number of spots that we have to serve students. So if you think, just to be clear, what does state preschool mean? What are the rules? State preschool requires 246 program days compared to what we run right now is 175. This can be negotiated with the CDE, but it's never a guarantee. And it can be difficult to staff a program of 246 days when that doesn't compare to the district school year. And currently our preschool teachers follow the district calendar. Full day state preschool requires a 6-hour day. And for part day preschool, families only need to certify eligibility through age and income, but for full day families must meet eligibility and need. And this can limit the number of days or hours a child is in preschool. Then we talk about special education preschool funding. We received $57,000 from our SELPA to cover the cost or some of the costs related to special education preschool, but it's estimated that we'll contribute $548,000 in salaries and benefits for preschool staff. TK facilities. So this year we expanded to 8 classes at 5 different sites. We wanted to offer more choice for parents. So we have students, 2 classes at Therakoff, 2 at Monte Loma, 1 at Castro, 1 at Mistral, and at Amaya we have 2 co-taught classes. The classes, excuse me, at Mistral and Therakoff have 2 instructional assistants instead of 1 because we're trying to accommodate the lack of bathrooms in the classrooms. Students have to walk to the bathroom instead of being able to use the facilities in the room. And again, preschool is located at 2 sites. At Latham, we have an office, a workroom. We have 3 classrooms with bathrooms, and we run 4 half-day sessions and 1 full-day class. And at Therakoff, we have 4 classrooms, all with bathrooms. We run 2 half-day sessions and 3 full-day classes. Our special education preschool moved over the summer from Graham to Therakoff. We use 4 classrooms there and 2 smaller rooms on that campus. We have classrooms, we have a sensory room, a speech and occupational therapy room, a room for the preschool office, as well as the psychologist. And then we have the preschool workroom, which supports not just preschool, but special education classrooms and teachers district-wide. A workspace for our BCBAs and a vision specialist are located at the district office in portables. So some requirements with facilities, we are required by licensing to have bathrooms in the classrooms in all preschool rooms. TK classrooms should have bathrooms, although there is some flexibility. Currently, our TK classrooms at Mistral and Therakoff do not have bathrooms. At our elementary schools, all have dedicated STEAM rooms. The students go to the STEAM room for instruction, and they house the curricula for 3 to 6 grade levels. So depending on the school and the enrollment at the school, some schools have 1 STEAM teacher, some have 2. And with the kids coming there and the curricula being there, it makes it easier for the teacher to manage the different grade levels. The YMCA does rent space from our district for its programs, and these are not shared spaces at the sites during the school day. They are dedicated only for use by the YMCA. Our Right at School and BTV programs utilize rooms after school, and most times these rooms serve as classrooms during the day, so they're sharing with a classroom teacher. And we have lots of programs that need dedicated spaces, including our early literacy team, our newcomer teachers, CHAC. And this is just a chart can show you, in looking at our elementary sites, where we have potential space and what that space is being used for at this time. Most of the spaces that are vacant are used for STEAM or intervention or the YMCA, with a few rooms being used for other things at Monte Loma. So some data, we took a look at some data. We wanted to see how our students in preschool and TK are doing once they enter kindergarten. And so we first looked at students who attended the district preschool in the 1920 school year. So this was right when COVID happened at the end of the year. And we looked at students who attended half day versus full day. And these charts are representative of students that were in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade at the end of the 22-23 school year. And so here you can see, if we look at iReady reading at the end of last year, students in full day definitely performed better than students in our half day program. And we're looking here at our program as a whole and our Hispanic Latino subgroup. And this is the percent that met their annual typical growth, full day versus half day. In language arts, I'm sorry, and then this is math. So percent proficient and met annual typical growth. So you can see that our students, especially our overall and our Hispanic Latino students who were in our program back in 2019, 2020, outperformed their peers who only attended half day. We did disaggregate the data by SED and SWD. The problem is there was less than 11 students enrolled back in spring 2023 from that cohort of preschoolers, so we did not display that data due to privacy concerns. So then we took a look at kindergartners who attended the preschool in the 2021-22 school year, were still enrolled with us at the end of last year. And we looked at half day versus full day again. And I want to have you keep in mind that the 21-22 school year enrollment was definitely lower. While the preschool was in person, we did not have as many students enroll. It was just after COVID. So again, sorry, this is a little backwards, but blue is always full day here. So this is language arts, our preschoolers, percent proficient. And then we're looking here at students that are Hispanic Latino, full day is blue. And this, we are looking at students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged in reading. And this is annual typical growth for Hispanic Latino, where we see, this is where we see a little bit of a drop compared to half day, and then socioeconomically disadvantaged in terms of meeting annual typical growth. So results a little bit varied here. This is math. And this is annual typical growth in math, which is definitely, was kind of surprising. So in summary, looking at students attending full day preschool in general had higher levels of proficiency in iReady reading at the end of kindergarten. Fewer Hispanic, Latino, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students met that annual typical growth. And on iReady math, half-day students performed at the same level at the end of kindergarten. So then we looked at kindergartners who attended the district's transitional kindergarten program compared to those that did not. So looking at the 21-22 school year, the child was in TK. And then we looked at results last May at the end of the 22-23 school year. And so the first column is our kindergarten students who are Hispanic Latino, and then our socioeconomically disadvantaged, and then all at the end. And blue again represents our MVWSD TK program. This is percent proficient in reading. And then we're looking here at annual typical growth. And then we're looking at math, which is a flip, which is very interesting, where math scores are definitely stronger here with percent proficient and with meeting annual typical growth. So I think overall, students who attend our TK program have stronger academic performance than those who do not, specifically in math. And students who attended the district's full-day preschool program have higher levels of proficiency in reading and math at the end of kindergarten. So as we started learning about changes to preschool and the new rules around how students could qualify for full day, we started thinking about, what does staff think about full day and changes? And so Director Kemper surveyed her staff. She had the teachers plus the 14 instructional assistants, and all the teachers and 11 IAs participated in the survey. So you can see here that the majority of teachers responded that they really only want to work from 8 to 4. So their current hours, a full day preschool. When we talked about options to work from 9 to 5, which would really be a full day plus after school, or 8 to 5, that wasn't as appealing. And our IAs work from 8 to 3 with a break. And a lot of our instructional assistants in preschool would like to work a longer day. Oops. Some of our results, when we looked at the 246-day school year, you can definitely see that here that a lot of our staff is not really interested in 246 days. It's a long day and a long year. So 240, it's not really the hours that seem to be concerning, it's the number of days. And these are just some results, open-ended response results that the preschool staff added to the survey. I think it's interesting because one of the comments about feeling like we're turning preschool into more like childcare. And I really want to reiterate that the staff concern about transitioning lies in the 246-day calendar, not in having a full day program. Staff already work longer than the minimum required day for full day preschool. But I do think staffing a program at 246 days would be really difficult unless we could negotiate a program that mirrors our district calendar, something like 175 days during the year plus an additional 20 days in the summer. So going forward and thinking ahead to 24-25, we anticipate needing to add 3 classrooms to accommodate TK enrollment, which will be 3 teachers and 3 to 6 instructional assistants pending the location of those classrooms. And thinking about facilities needs, the district's enrollment is anticipated to grow incrementally over the next 2 years. We have to remember that we did relocate the special education preschool to Therakoff in the summer. So we really have eliminated extra classroom space at that site. Castro could expand, although the TK would need to be located on the ground level, which impacts STEAM, which serves students K or TK or K to 5, and they need to be located on a ground floor. Landals and Mauna Loma could add TK classes without in-classroom bathrooms. And the YMCA could be relocated at Amai to room 10 to add a TK with a bathroom, but they would need an additional room to accommodate their YMCA enrollment. And in looking at facilities the way they are now, Mistral, Bub, Stevenson, Therakoff, and Vargas really do not have classrooms available for TK expansion. So some things for us to think about as we go into planning for next year. The expansion of TK has a large impact on our budget and our facilities. And it's really not an option to just say, no, we're not going to do transitional kindergarten. It's a mandate. And data indicates that our students who attend our TK have higher levels of proficiency at the end of kindergarten than those that do not. We struggle with policies changing at the state level. For example, last year, we thought we were under the impression in the old law that we had to have teachers with the 24 ECE units to start this year in 23-24. But in the trailer bill, the state changed that. But that makes it difficult because we're staffing before we get the results of the trailer bill. Predicting enrollment is difficult because parents have a choice here. It's like kindergarten, it's not mandatory. And as TK expands to include all 4-year-old students, the program has become more like preschool. We're now looking at, a preschool program on our elementary campuses, and we're seeing and facing challenges, actually some significant challenges with toileting, as many students are coming not potty trained, and that's not comfortable for students at the elementary level. They're not really used to that. And we need new curriculum, furniture, supplies in order to support our students. I know at preschool and in some TK rooms this year, our kids are coming younger and younger, and we have to buy toilet seat inserts, just to be very, very frank. So some things to consider in terms of facilities. We have some options moving forward. We could take rooms currently used by after-school providers, and teachers and providers share space in the afternoon. This is already happening due to MVWSD Plus with Right at School and with Beyond the Bell. But that's kind of difficult sometimes for teachers to plan and prepare when their classrooms are being used for after school. We do receive funding from our facilities rentals from the YMCA. We're projected to get about $385,000 in 23-24. Our STEAM classrooms store materials and use. We could actually go to STEAM on a cart where they store their materials and they come back and they prep, they put it on a cart, they go to the classroom and they come back. It's not really optimal when you're managing, 6 grade levels of curricula, and that may discourage teachers from taking STEAM positions. We could reduce or eliminate preschool and use current preschool rooms for transitional kindergarten. This could require teacher layoffs. We could use some of our preschool instructional aides, and our clerical staff could transition within the district to other positions. We have added more full day classes at preschool to accommodate parents' needs. Adding full day slots does not allow the preschool as it stands to earn its full contract. And we're not able to fill all our slots due to the decrease in 4-year-olds, as well as a desire from families to attend full day over half. And there is an option. We could consider transitioning to full day slots, although that will require negotiations with the CDE. And most of our preschool staff is interested in 246 days. And transitioning to full day preschool would decrease available slots and we would be projected to be able to serve around 134 students. Preschool classrooms are required to have bathrooms, which are also needed for TK. Staffing has proven challenging over the past few years due to ratio requirements, and sometimes this can delay enrollment. And again, we look at data, and students who attend full day preschool have higher levels of proficiency in reading at the end of kindergarten. In thinking about our preschool teachers, while all of them are very qualified, unfortunately, they would have to enroll and complete a program to get their multiple subject teaching credential in order to teach TK. There is a new PK to 3 credential in process that will provide a pathway for our current preschool teachers who already hold their bachelor's degree and their child development permit. But there's no timeline for this credential, unfortunately. It's still moving through the approval process. And so there's no timeline for when that's going to be approved. And unfortunately, we see that there are lots of states that have already approved a PK through 3 credential. And for example, we had a teacher transfer here from Florida, but the state won't accept her credential because we don't have a PK through 3 credential right now. So we had to get her an emergency permit. Thinking about where we go from here, again, if we have to reduce preschool, we would have to consider the preschool workforce. Preschool teachers would have to go back to college to get a credential. Credential programs take around a year to complete. I kind of did some estimating costs based on the San Jose State website for how much it would cost to get a credential. They do require student teaching, which can inhibit candidates from working. We do know that some candidates could qualify to be interns and teach while getting their credential, although it depends on the individual and what units they already have. So tonight, as we prepare to expand TK, there are a lot of decisions that need to be made. And we know that TK and preschool are essentially competing for the same resources. And we're asking that you provide some direction so that we can come back in January with a recommendation. So some questions I'm looking for you to provide some input for me is, what's your expectation for TK expansion? Would you like to see a TK at each site? Do you want to see TK at sites where facilities are available? Do you want TKs with bathrooms? What things or questions should the district consider regarding eliminating or reducing preschool in order to accommodate TK expansion and offset the costs of the TK program? Should we have to go the route of eliminating or reducing preschool? Do we envision the district supporting any displaced teachers to be credentialed and teach TK if they choose? And are there other solutions that we're not thinking of right now that you have in mind? So our next steps is we're going to gather additional data as requested. We're going to continue to communicate with stakeholders. Dr. Rudolph and I are meeting with the preschool staff on November 28th in the afternoon. We're going to continue to work on the preschool TK adoption pending decisions made in January, and we're going to come back to you in January. So at that, I will stop sharing. And Dr. Rudolph and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. I'll just ask a couple of quick questions. So if we wanted to expand, let's say, I know we're having a conversation about our what to do with our preschool, but because there's been such a demand for full day programs, is that a different funding source, or what's challenging about getting state funding for a full day class? Since that's what the demand is for.
So we would have to go to the state with an application to convert from half day slots to full day slots. And then with that, we would have to develop a proposal for the length of our program, how many days it would be, and then how many students that we could serve, if that makes sense. And then we would have to hope that our proposal would be accepted. I think the biggest challenge, or the biggest area of concern for us right now, is if the state would consider the reduced day and not reduced day, I'm sorry, the reduced school year, and not require us to do 246 days. That's the unknown.
Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I have several questions, and one of them is on the process for negotiating a different term. Do we know how long that would take to negotiate it? Like, is it something that could reasonably, where we'd have a definite answer within the next couple of months?
That I would have to do some research on. I don't see it happening in the next couple of months, but I will research that and return.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, aren't we mandated to provide special ed preschool for 3-year-olds and older who have IEPs, or else we'd have to outsource to provide the services?
Yes, we are required to provide services. So we assess all 3-year-olds that come from our attendance boundaries. We provide services to students already. We have we have classes for students and everything right now. Yeah, we have a full program.
Okay. So we're not looking to, that's not on the table of potentially cutting that program. It would just be the other program.
It would be the other program at this point, because we are required to keep our special education preschool.
Thank you. And then I'm wondering whether it would be possible to sort of stipulate an age cutoff for the preschool, so that anybody who was 4 or older by September 1st, or whatever the criteria is for pre-K, would have to do pre-K, and we could provide the program only for the younger kids.
So my understanding is that because the state has given parents a choice, they have a choice. They can choose preschool, or they can choose transitional kindergarten once they hit that age criteria.
Okay. If we were seeking an application from the state, I'm wondering whether we could include that, so that we bifurcate and have a more finite amount of students. And my last question is, we're talking about the shortage of spaces at each campus. Would it be possible to use MURs for some of the after-school programs? YMCA or something like that?
Yes, and I think I know that we already use MURs at several sites. Dr. Rudolph, I don't know if you want to add to that.
We use MURs at all of our sites for right at school.
Got it. Thank you.
Vice President Conley.
Trustee Blakely, only 9 of the 100, of the students who enrolled in preschool this year, out of all of them, were eligible for TK.
That's this year, but that's going to change as the date rolls.
True.
Earlier.
So I had a question kind of related to that, though. There's this phrase, enrolling TK students outside of the age range. Is that something that we have flexibility about doing?
We do. We have flexibility. So the age changes next year, I want to say to June, I would say June 2nd. I don't have the dates in front of me. We have one student who's enrolled in that window that's for next year. And I could share the information offline if you would like.
I guess my question is, how far could we expand that age range?
We could go all the way to the September 1st range if we wanted to. So we could open TK for everybody whenever we want. The only caveat to that is, once we open to a student who is not within the current year's age range, we have to cap that class at 1 to 20, at 1 to 10. So it cap that class at 20 students.
Which is going to be the case eventually anyways.
Right, correct.
So I would love to get that number eventually of how many of the students fall. If we were to expand as far as we could, how many of the preschool students fall in that number?
Okay.
And then, you know, when we were talking about our bond a long time ago and moving preschools around, this entire site over here that used to be the portables that were Stevenson that got moved beside the district office was planned to be a preschool site. And we didn't end up doing it because we didn't need it at the time. Did those portables have, at least 3 of them should have bathrooms because I taught kindergarten in those portables. What's the situation now?
Only 2 of them have, and it's 2 that are actually conjoined, that are linked together.
They share a bathroom?
They share a bathroom, so you can, I mean, you walk in between one and another.
And then is the cost of, I'm curious about if there are any facilities remedies we can do around adding bathrooms. I imagine it's exorbitantly expensive at our fully built out buildings, but could we switch out portables? Could we look at more portables with bathrooms?
You would have to reallocate funds, and then bid out the contract, and then you would have to fence it and also add in a play structure.
To have preschool at a site?
To have preschool over here.
Oh, I'm just talking in general, not that.
Oh, in general, it would be similar,
Because
similar issue. So in order to meet the preschool requirement, you would have to add in the bathrooms. The problem here that we run into with the construction process is that we're beyond the window, so those rooms wouldn't get certified. So that's over a year out.
it would be planning.
Yes, correct. But so then you run into the secondary challenge, which is really how this originated. It is the TK would just continue to be without
Oh, yeah.
the bathrooms.
I mean, I brought up those bathrooms being an issue last year. I knew that was coming for us. And then my last question was, are there after-school program rooms with bathrooms that are the YMCA that we can't access at any of the sites right now? Do those actually exist?
Yes.
It's Ballard identified a couple of them that exist that we would have to swap out.
Which sites
The
are they
ones,
at?
I believe it's my.
And my understanding is Amai is the only one right now that has a bathroom in it. It's over in the kindergarten space.
Thank you.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? Yes.
So which schools have or which neighborhoods have the most need for pre-K and preschool?
I think the question would be how do you want to define need?
Right.
I mean, because
I'm sort of assuming that the biggest need is from the Montaloma, Therakoff, and Castro areas.
Right. So when we expanded TK, we focused in on those 4 sites because of the kinder performance.
Yeah.
So Montaloma, Therakoff, Castro, and Mistral, which is also the same 4 spots that we placed the literacy team because their kinders were the lowest performing groups out of all of them. But the only reason why I say need is that like we experienced last year, you will hear other communities who will express the need because of population or size or access to preschool, but their performance isn't the same. So I don't know how I don't want to say that Vargas's need is less than Castro's, but if we were talking about academic performance, which is where I think you're headed, then it would be the 4 sites that we've expanded at.
Yeah, I think you answered my question really well. It was a little of both. Maybe I didn't know what question I was really answering, but or asking. So you got it. There's a need across the district.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move on to public comment. And we have a few hands raised already. Let's see, we have Mrs. Tata, Paula, Lachey, Liliana, Sandeep, Viviana, Blake, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm going to give, if everyone Let's try to keep our comments at about a minute. Does that sound reasonable, trustees? A minute and a half, trustees? Okay.
So you're gonna do a minute and a half?
A minute and a half, yeah. So we're gonna start with Blake. I'm gonna go from the top name that I see, Blake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I have 8, right?
Yes, so Mata up to.
Up to Yasmin. Okay. So I can't take any more hands at this time, but we do have our 9 speakers. Or 8, did I say 8 speakers? 8 speakers, and so you will have a minute and a half. I'm gonna start with Blake. 90 seconds, yes. So Blake, you can unmute yourself and we have a timer going.
All right, thank you. My name is Blake Hofstad. I'm the organizing director for Parent Voices, and we have a chapter in Santa Clara County that includes many parents from Mountain View. Our parent leaders in Mountain View have mentioned over and over how difficult it is to find childcare here. Parents whose children are now adults lived that struggle a generation ago, and now their children are living it as well. There's a childcare crisis in Mountain View. Although it isn't the sole responsibility of the district to solve this crisis, the district should not consider any plans to close the only 2 remaining state preschool programs in the entire city, according to mychildcareplan.org. Palo Alto has 5, Santa Clara and Sunnyvale each have 8, Mountain View would have 0. Ask any parent and they'll tell you their childcare providers, their preschool teachers are some of the most important people in their children's lives. Unfortunately, they continue to be some of the lowest paid and least respected workers in our society. Closing these schools would further devalue the labor and love of the people who educate our youngest children. Finally, when discussing decisions as important as whether or not to eliminate childcare for over 100 families, I would hope that this agenda item wouldn't be pushed until this time of night. Parents and providers have been waiting for hours in order to give a tiny comment. There were a lot of parents waiting to give comment who had to log off, and it's frustrating that their voices couldn't be heard tonight. The bottom line is this: closing preschools when families in Mountain View are already struggling to find childcare should be a non-starter. We urge the district to reject any plan that involves closing its preschools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Our next speaker is Viviana. Viviana, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Viviana Arenas. I'm a community activist with Parent Voices. I hold many hats in my community and am consistently advocating for families, specifically young families, young moms, and education. I've advocated on multiple platforms, local and national level. First, Kathy, you did state that parents opted to enroll in your preschool. Do you know for a fact if the parents were informed that they could enroll their children into public school? Because I know firsthand that I was not informed when my oldest daughter became of age to enter TK into public school. I'm here today to ask you not to take action to close the preschool programs. So many families in Mountain View need childcare, and closing them would be a big mistake. I grew up in Santa Clara County. I attended Bub Middle School. Bub Elementary and Graham Middle School. I'm a young parent in Santa Clara County, and me and my daughter know firsthand what it's like to have to switch childcare providers due to changes in funding. There are many research and studies, especially in early childhood education. 0 to 5 need stability in early childhood education to thrive. You can find similar facts in the U.S. Department of Treasury report from 2021 on economics of childcare supply in the U.S. I've helped to lead the work of When Young Moms Thrive in Santa Clara County, along with many organizations and families, to advocate for $15 million in funding on the childcare expansion. Sadly, the Valley Health Foundation has stopped accepting the pre-applications, but I really hope that all this information helps to show you the importance and essential that childcare is in our community. COVID-19 has exacerbated the need for childcare and has already affected so many families. With that being said, I urge you again not to close the programs in Mountain View and to take away childcare for over 100 families. The children need stability and the parents.
If you are cut off, I just want to encourage everyone to send their final thoughts to the trustees at MVWSD. We read all of the emails as well. Our next speaker is Sandeep. Sandeep, you can unmute yourself when you are ready. Our timer is up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not going to reiterate the point of the last few speakers, how reducing childcare in our city is kind of going in the wrong direction. And perhaps in doing your statistics, one thing you may not have considered is how well popularized in the community was this subsidized childcare option among parents. Perhaps there is a need to do a better campaign to collect higher enrollment, which was in your statistics. And the second thing I want to say is, Mountain View has been a school district that's been generous to teachers. We are doing subsidized housing. One of the things you mentioned is it's hard to hire teachers, yet we are going to find ourselves in a situation where we may have to lay off teachers. The superintendent I know is doing a lot for the teachers here, and this is really bad optics for the city. I can see a future journalist picking up this and a title of article that the school district is laying off teachers, while all school districts in the state are having a crisis and difficulty in hiring teachers. So I just, no matter how you look at this is kind of going in the wrong direction. And I think the board should really reconsider this. Thank you.
Okay, Liliana Camacho. You can unmute yourself when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a mom that has a child in the Mountain View Wishman School District who attended the preschool program. And right now I have 3 kids that would be affected if the preschools were to close down. One was barely made it into enrollment. And it's really devastating to hear that we might not have a preschool. And I think it's important for you guys to understand that it's so hard finding any type of childcare. And I think we should work on other strategies to make this opportunity for families and for their kids to get early education for them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lachey Boo. You can unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Lachey with Parent Voices, and I'm calling just to urge you not to close preschool programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paula. Paula, you can unmute yourself. Thank you, Paula. Gracias, Paula.
Sí, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí, sí la escuchamos. Sí la escuchamos.
Buenas noches, respetables miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Paula Pérez y soy una líder comunitaria y miembro de Parent Voices. Y estoy aquí para expresar mi preocupación sobre el tópico que acaban de discutir. Realmente es muy importante escuchar que ustedes están discutiendo la posibilidad de cerrar los preescolares que actualmente ofrece el distrito. Los niños de edad preescolar tienen el derecho de tener una educación donde tengan la oportunidad de iniciar cimientos sólidos para su educación. Además, hay estudios que demuestran que la educación preescolar es esencial para el desarrollo infantil. Cerrar los preescolares es un error. Por favor, exploren otras opciones para crear más salones para el programa de pre-kinder. No quiten el derecho de educación a los niños de edad preescolar y mantengan abierto el programa de preescolar existente. Las familias y niños de Mountain View decimos no al cierre de los preescolares. Gracias.
Okay, next we have Mrs. Stata.
Hi. You can hear me, right? Okay. Good evening. My name is Nicole Data, and I am in my 10th year teaching at the district, as well as my 2nd year as a preschool parent. Latham Preschool was recommended to me by a fellow teacher who had nothing but positive things to say about the program and the teachers. I have been lucky enough to interact with every teacher at Latham Preschool and have found them to be genuinely kind and absolutely committed to their students. Preschool offers a unique opportunity to build foundational school skills prior to kindergarten, but also, and in what I would argue was more importantly, a chance to build their social emotional learning and foster a love of learning in school as a whole. As a parent whose job from 8 to 3 is anything but flexible, the full-time option was godsend. As a Castro teacher, I know firsthand how crucial the support a preschool like this can offer our population, and have seen firsthand the difference in incoming kinders who have attended preschool. I believe that there is a need for both options of preschool and TK because they support different needs, even if it seems that they are coming from the same pot. I am also fully aware that the pressures of space, working at a school that has so few options, we've even had students testing in our copy room. But I implore you to keep in mind that the need for and the impact of both when making your decision, and hope that you choose not to close any preschools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Yasmin Mata. Yasmin Mata.
Buenas noches.
Buenas
Mi
noches.
nombre es Yasmin Mata y soy parte de Parent Voice. Les exijo a ustedes, para no tomar ninguna acción que cerrará los preescolares, miles de familias en Monteview necesitan cuidado de niños y ya es muy difícil de conseguir. Mi historia, y sé que ustedes, seguramente ustedes son padres como yo, tal vez no tienen la misma necesidad, pero no hemos podido acceder a preescolares porque no hay cobertura. Cerca de mi casa no hay. Y tras de eso, ustedes están pensando en cerrar, porque si la educación es la herramienta para acabar la pobreza de un país, estamos acabando con nuestros niños cuando debería haber más apertura a temprana edad. Por eso les pido de corazón, les exijo no cerrar los preescolares y quitar cuidado de más de 100 familias en Mountain. Buenas noches y bendiciones.
Okay, next we have, that was the 8th one. Okay, so there's 2 more callers on the line, Marilu and Diana. Board members, I would like to take these last 2. Marilu Cuesta Flores. You can unmute yourself.
Sí, buenas noches.
Buenas
¿Me
noches.
escuchan? Muy buenas noches, respetable mesa directiva de Monteview Regional School District. Mi nombre es Marilu Cuesta y esta noche estoy abogando para que siga habiendo preescolares en Mountain View. Creo que son necesarias. La mejor inversión que un país, que una ciudad puede hacer es invertir en la educación temprana de los estudiantes, de la juventud. Y soy esta noche representando a Parent Voices. Muchas gracias y yo de verdad admiro las decisiones que ustedes hacen en favor de la sociedad. Gracias.
Gracias. Diana. Diana.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Diana Pinto y yo no estoy de acuerdo en que se cierren los preescolares porque yo como inmigrante latina, de la cual el inglés no es mi primer lengua, yo he visto la necesidad de los alumnos de que necesitan una educación temprana para poder tener éxito en la escuela. Soy mamá de 3 niños, de los cuales 2 asistieron al preescolar, y yo vi la gran diferencia de los niños que asistieron al que mi hijo no asistió. Ellos se reclasificaron mucho antes que mi niño que no asistió al preescolar. Por eso yo quisiera y abogo para que todos los niños tengan la oportunidad de una educación temprana, para que ellos en el futuro tengan grandes oportunidades. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Abigail.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Soy parte de Parent Voices también y estamos aquí también para hacer saber que somos papás que vamos a ser afectados si esta decisión se toma el siguiente año. Yo soy mamá de gemelas que están en lista de espera para poder entrar al preschool el siguiente año y sé que no soy la única mamá dentro de la comunidad que se verá afectada por tomar estas decisiones. Sabemos que ustedes también buscan lo mejor para nuestro distrito, pero también es importante tomar en cuenta nuestra comunidad, para poder tomar una decisión que nos beneficie a todos. Buenas noches y muchas gracias.
Thank you for all of the public comments. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros esta noche. Trustees, some comments. Yes, sorry, Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I think the parents said it best. We just heard from 11 parents to keep the preschools open. And I know this is really a challenge trying to figure out how to juggle and find the right space and everything to keep both preschool and do the TK that we have to do. But I think we need to try to find a way. And this is going to be a longer conversation, I think, than we have time for this evening. But I think we need to explore other options, perhaps repurposing, taking the Slater campus back. We're going out for a parcel tax. I know the bond money is usually what we would do for bathrooms, but I think we just have to look for other funding sources, and we need to figure out a way to make this work. And I don't have those questions up that you wanted answered. I don't know if you could put those back up if you want quick answers or.
Yes, I can do that right now.
Expectation for TK expansions. I mean, I'd like those at each school if we could do it, but if we had to move them to like the Slater site or something, so be it. But my preference would be to have it at each school. But I don't want to give up all the things that, the necessary uses that we have going on, like the literacy intervention spaces and the other dedicated space programs, Jack, reading intervention, that kind of thing. What things should the district consider regarding eliminating or reducing preschool? I don't want to eliminate preschool, but if we had to switch to a full day model, I'm supportive of that. And I think we need to seek that negotiation with the state to try to get a 175-day year to match our school year, because I'm concerned about staff. And I just think that's what we've done. That seems to work. So that's the approach that I favor. Should we reduce preschool? I just said no. I do want to support our teachers, but I'm hoping that we don't have to look at that option. So those are my initial comments.
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30? We updated our bylaws so we can extend it twice.
Is that all right?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimously, we'll extend it till 11:30. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. In support of what Trustee Blakely said and retaining our preschool, I would encourage us to see if we can look at what's left in our Measure Ts if we need to allocate funds to expand classroom capacity without impacting STEM. I would certainly prioritize Measure T spending on classrooms, pre-K, preschool TK over what we might be spending on our Greenie initiative that we just heard of and things like that. From a priority standpoint, classrooms should come first on our bond. I would say that the last time this TK issue came to the board, the board said that, I'm looking at there's an article written about saying that we wanted TK to expand in a way that would, that rather than centrally located, kind of spread it across the district. And on the question about effectiveness of TK and preschool, I just encourage the district and the board to keep in mind that there's a lot of really good research that as long as there are segregated boundaries with high concentration of poverty in certain schools, that it dampens the effectiveness of preschool and TK. So there's good research that, and there should be no surprise to anyone, that like if you concentrate poverty at any age, whether it be 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, or 8-year-olds, there's going to be, you miss out on the impact of socioeconomically diverse environments and how that actually makes those places successful. So I think that when we look at keep preschool, let's figure out how to do TK in a way that's effective. I am concerned that as we expand TK, if we expand it in a way that mirrors the segregation of poverty into one or two schools, I think we won't see the benefits there. And so it's just something for us to keep in mind. And I would also say that preschool would be a really great theme for us. The Latham site in Castro, we talked a lot about community schools, and I believe that's coming back as a topic. Preschools really is a pillar of a community school initiative. Experience something that, I'm really grateful for. Dr. Rudolph's deep experience in other school districts with community schools. I really think that could be an anchor for our future conversation for Castro. Thank you.
Trustee Lambert.
Yes, I think it's absolutely essential that we support both the preschool and the TK programs, and that we do everything we can to expand them. Clearly, there's a lot of challenges with this. I think facilities is, in my opinion, one of the largest ones. Not to say that financing and teachers are going to be easy to solve, but the logistics of using our existing facilities and trying to expand those to accommodate TK expansion and preschool seems really, to me, pretty overwhelming. I think one option is to use the facilities we have like next door, but that clearly won't be enough. I think to Trustee Chang's sort of point, is it would be great to have these programs at each of the neighborhood school sites for various reasons. But if that can't be done, which I don't think it can very well, thinking about having a central site in addition to something like the Slater campus, perhaps we could lease a building and a site and turn it into a sort of centralized school to accommodate these programs, or maybe we could have two sites in the city to make it more convenient to get to. To me, that sounds like a real solution, so that we don't, just constructing our existing campuses. I said that earlier, we're going to have to do that eventually, but to just do it prematurely is going to cost too much and cause too much disruption. So personally, I like the idea of leasing property and designing it to fit our needs.
Vice President Conley.
Thank you. That was something I had not expected. That's a novel idea that I need to go think about. No, I appreciate it. I'm in alignment with my fellow trustees about wanting, I want my cake and I want to eat it too, and I want to do it without any funding. In an ideal world, especially for when I look at the students in our school district who are really struggling and who we need to do a better job of serving, our Hispanic and Latino students, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. I would love to see more of that continuum of care. So having co-located at sites where there are high concentrations of those students, preschool, and then transitioning into TK, and then transitioning into kindergarten is just, I think, an incredible opportunity to really support those children. When we talk about extra investments in Castro, investing in early childhood education is never a bad thing. And when I, looked at the data, the graphs that were presented, sometimes it's helpful to have more of the graphs are nice. Maybe we also have a spreadsheet. Because I compared, when we looked at the kindergarten preschool results, so students who attended full day preschool, when they finished kindergarten and tested, this is just one school year of kinder that we've got the data for tonight. 74% of those in the full day program were proficient in English language arts, and 60% of our Hispanic and Latino students were proficient in English language arts. At Castro, on our CASP scores this year, only 15% of Hispanic and Latino students were proficient. And then in math, 53% of the full day students were proficient at the end of kinder, 40% of the Hispanic and Latino students were proficient, and at Castro, only 11% of our students were proficient in math. That's a huge, huge impact from preschool for that kindergarten year. And, you know, we see also really positive outcomes for TK. I'm glad that the state is interested in it. I wish they would fund it for basic aid districts. I advocate about it consistently at the state level, but I don't want to throw literally the baby out with the bathwater on this one. And you know, when we look at the half day versus full day in preschool, I would like to renegotiate that contract and increase our full day slots. I think in terms of placement of TK, I would prioritize the sites where we see academic disproportionality first. But I agree. I mean, there are so many families that have spoken to me about wanting access to TK at their school sites across the district. I think regardless of income, childcare is just a hard thing. And then I'll say today, was it today? It's been a long day. The Santa Clara County School Boards Association had a session, and some of my fellow trustees were on there as well. And I was able to ask County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Dewan, about this. And it's, you know, this train wreck of TK, of the mandated TK taking away preschool facilities at schools is something that has been building for years, and it's going to hit other districts and not just ours. I learned through that conversation that San Jose Unified is also facing the same decision-making process that we are right now. So I'm going to talk with some of those trustees about what they're doing. And at the same time, there is a county-wide initiative called Build the Future that just kicked off. We had a presentation from County Supervisor Ellenberg about this huge drive to increase preschool and daycare access across the county because there's a preschool kind of desert, as it were. So yes, I would like my cake and I would like to eat it. And I think we need to look for partnerships around funding.
Okay, well, I think my final comments will echo everything that's been said. I think this is where we've heard from parents. I also agree. They said it best. You know, our community needs preschool. We need affordable preschool programs. And if this program goes away, you know, after looking at, you know, I looked at a map to sort of find affordable preschool options for our families, and I couldn't find any options nearby. And I think this is what our families have, and it would be I think we need to do everything we can to keep that. So I think this conversation will continue. I think thinking creatively about our sites. As far as the TK classrooms and the expansion, I think I agree, just prioritizing the locations around our district that need it most for now and sort of thinking strategically that way. Eventually down the road, it would be nice to have it at every site, but I don't think that that's where we are right now. So I think that we can continue to, I think there's another part to this conversation where we sort of look at our facilities holistically and think about where we're going to house our preschool and how to prioritize that, prioritizing these full day programs, because it seems that there's a huge benefit to our students as they enter kindergarten and first grade and beyond when they go to the full day program if possible. And that's also what I hear parents really need so they can go to work and to have a place for their child. Did you remember one more thing?
I remembered one more thing as you were speaking, which is that the city of Mountain View has a new development that's going to be going up. I want to say on, is it Terabella maybe, or Villa, where they're replacing the, or maybe it's Evelyn, I apologize, it's very late, where they're replacing a safe parking lot with affordable housing, and on the ground floor is mixed use space, but also community use spaces that were a community benefit, and one of them is going to be a preschool. And the developers that came through to, you know, make their pitch about who would get to develop the site had to bring with them a preschool partner that they had already signed on. But what it says to me is there may be opportunity and I know development is slowing down now, but it's something we can look at in the future. You know, we do have relationships with developers now, which is wonderful. Can we be their community benefit by actually running the preschool in their site if we needed?
Interesting creative thought. I like that.
I like
I
it.
just wanted to give a shout out to our award-winning preschool. We won a statewide award for our preschool like 4 years ago, for just pre-COVID, and that program is fabulous. And here we heard from so many 11, 12 parents tonight wanting to keep the preschool. It sounds like we all want to find a way, realizing it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. But I just want to give a shout out to all of the teachers and Terry Kemper, and we're so blessed to have them here, and I hope that we can find a way to make it continue.
Okay. Okay, trustees, we're on our final one. We have our organizational meeting discussion. Let's see, this is the conversation that happens every year. Our actual organizational meeting is at the next board meeting on December 7th. This conversation is just in preparation of that conversation when we discuss, we can briefly discuss board committees and discuss the rules prior to the voting on December 7th. So I'm wondering, trustees, do you have any specific questions about it? No, before we get into discussion. Okay, any members of the public who would like to make a comment about the organizational meeting? Okay, seeing as there are none. Okay, so at the last board meeting, we had a discussion around the policy that informs the organization and the role of officers. And in that conversation, I heard this desire to follow the norms. I had stated that, oftentimes boards have norms that are usually followed. And if we were to follow the sequence, if we were to follow that norm, then we would, I would step down from being president, and then Vice President Conley would be the president. We'd move it sort of in that direction. So I wanted to see how our board members were feeling about officer roles for this coming year. Any comments?
I'll sort of repeat my position that I think Trustee Chang deserves an opportunity to serve as board president during his 4-year term.
Any other comments? Vice President Conley.
Thank you. I am ambivalent at this point. So I am happy to serve if it is the will of the board, but I'm also happy to support someone else if someone else wants the role.
Trustee Chang.
To echo what Trustee Conley said, I'm ambivalent as well. I believe that the norm actually had 2 parts in the past. I think the norm was that the clerk becomes vice president becomes president, and that the second part of that norm is that the rotations in a way that just as Trustee Lambert said, that everyone in their term, in their 4 years, steps into leadership. That second part of the norm we haven't quite followed in spirit. That said, I'm supporting, in order to resume hopefully both parts of the tradition of having this not be a political process and having vice president step into presidency. I would encourage Trustee Connolly to be president, and that's who I'll be supporting.
Trustee Blakely.
I'm comfortable with what Trustee Chang just said. I would be very supportive of having Trustee Conley be president next year, and then Trustee Lambert, I believe, is clerk. So, as if you were interested to be vice president.
The officer position. I think that having a majority of the board elect essentially officers is inappropriate, and I really want to. I really do, as I re-emphasize, very important that every trustee has an opportunity to serve as president, and I think that it's consistent with our goal to provide sort of equity and opportunity for everybody, all the kids in the school district, and we should be modeling that behavior. So until the, majority of the board, at some future date decides to, um, um, you know, elect or choose officers that way, then I will not be an officer.
Trustee Blakely.
I'd said before, and I will say again, that I do support the election and support supporting the candidate that I think, the trustee that I think would be the most effective in the leadership role for a given year, facing the challenges that are coming up in that year. And I think for the coming year, that would be Trustee Conley for me. So.
Trustee Conley, I would very much like to see you take on the president role for the next year, if you would be willing.
I am certainly willing to do so, but I also don't want to box anyone out, right? I really am open to not being in that role if that's the desire of other trustees, or of, this is not something that we need to compete for.
Yeah.
It is, it's an honor to be of service, but it is a hard job. And thank you, President Berman. You have had a remarkable year.
Thank you. I've learned a lot, and I've learned that all of my years in education and teaching and coaching and administration, this is quite a different role. And so I've been really honored to serve in this role, and I appreciate the responsibility that I've been given in serving my community as a trustee, and in this position too. I continue to learn and appreciate the role of our elected officials. Yes, Trustee Ching.
Support the two board members and having Trustee Conley. And I've heard in this meeting and in the past time when we discussed this issue last board meeting, the word effectiveness, and I cringe at that a little bit because the part of the reason the norms in many city councils, including Mountain View and Palo Alto, usually is this kind of having everyone rotate through, is that what one may deem as effectiveness can easily be gradients of kind of policies one supports, right? Like you look at cities around us, the ones I think are effective are the ones who don't look to see, who's a housing advocate or who's a residentialist, or if that's a term, or wants slower growth, and pick that person to, they don't match with policy. You look at effective cities, people who rise into leadership are regardless of how they might vote. And the only time those norms are broken is when somebody is so inappropriate that they get censured. And there's a process for that. So I appreciate what Trustee Lambert is saying. I would encourage Trustee Lambert to reconsider and be vice president in order to kind of continue the norm. I think that would be kind of us going back to this precedent. So I respect that Trustee Lambert said he won't serve in any role. I understand his just reasons for that, but I would really like to see him as vice president.
Trustee Chang, I'd like to just directly ask you, is there a role you'd like to serve as vice president or as a clerk?
I mean, I'll do any role that I think that should be going. We should try to get as many people on this panel through all the roles of leadership. I've done every single role. So I don't think we should be choosing. I think this should have been a process where you simply go by, like, how long has it been since people go in, and you shouldn't have a process where we've had multiple times in the district where people serve 4 years without stepping into the board presidency position. And that would be the likelihood here. We continue to have that outcome, which is what Trustee Lambert was trying to prevent.
Yes, Vice President Conley.
If you're willing to be vice president, I would appreciate your support, because the vice president is the one who steps in when, we still have COVID going around. We have all kinds of viruses and things going on. So, I do anticipate that whoever's vice president will have to run some meetings, just given, what we've seen with illnesses and things like that.
I'm in support of that as well.
As am I.
Okay. And I just wanted to make a quick comment. This is the word effectiveness. I can understand why you would cringe at that. I sort of was thinking about, there's effective, what makes an effective board member? And I think about, and this is future board members, right? So when we're talking about policy, I don't just think of, I'm not thinking about our current board. It's like more moving forward. What do I think about as an effective board member? And if people, I think board members become effective through their presence in the community, through showing respect towards community members, even when there's a difference in opinion. There's respect shown here to one another in conversations, even when there's a difference in opinion, seeking out professional development, going to conferences, just making it a priority to stay informed and learn as much as possible. I think that and learn as much as possible around the issues that are happening in the school district, with parents within the city. I think all of those things put together in my brain make for an effective board member. If someone doesn't do those things, I don't know that they need to be censured, right? But it could impact their ability to manage the how responding to community members and understanding what the issue is, and knowing to sort of take a breath before you act, because there's a lot of things to consider. I mean, I think that it's possible for everyone to become an effective, just like you can become an effective educator through investing time in the profession. I sort of see that as a way that one becomes effective. And in the future, there could be someone who is elected and maybe doesn't invest the time to do that. No, maybe they're not censured. Maybe it's just, maybe in their lives, it can't be a priority yet. So I just want to clarify that when I think of the word effective, I'm just thinking of, some person, whoever gets elected, who, really needs to take the time to invest in understanding what the issues are. And that's all that means. And then that conversation is more, I'm thinking of that policy 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So I just wanted to clarify. So I think what I'm hearing is then we'd have Vice President Conley moving into president. We'd have Trustee Chang moving into vice president role. And we have our clerk, Trustee Lambert, which is, okay. So we have Trustee Blakely, which is
happy to be clerk. I'd be happy to have you be clerk.
Yes, but go ahead.
I think President Berman has earned some time off.
Okay, well, I think that's clear. I think everyone got a copy of the board committees. It was attached in the. We can have that conversation too on that day. But is there anyone? I guess just if you want to share like one that you're like, you know what, I'm ready to kind of rotate off, or I can never get to this meeting. Yes, Trustee Ching.
Question as a process, would people be comfortable with, like, we assume that if people that you want to continue in this role and just talk about the ones where people are expressing interest?
Yes. I think that's the easiest thing to do. Okay, so and we can even have that conversation next time. So assuming the same, and if you come in at the next board meeting feeling like you need for some reason need a change, then we can have that discussion at the next meeting. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're moving on. Okay, for item 10, board updates. Let's see, everyone at the conference. Yes, Vice President Conley.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Oh, we
public
comment on the item.
The organizational meeting. I took public comments.
We did.
I did. Yes.
Okay.
Board updates.
So the California School Boards Association Annual Education Conference is in San Francisco. It begins the week after Thanksgiving. Well, it begins the Thursday after Thanksgiving. I start off on Monday with the Board of Directors meeting, Tuesday and Wednesday with Delegate Assembly, and then the conference Thursday through Saturday. I know we're all looking forward to it. If you haven't downloaded the app yet, there is an app for the conference where you can sort through your different sessions. But if there's a way to do it without violating the Brown Act, I don't know that we would. Would people be willing to share which sessions they're going to attend? Is that allowable, Dr. Rudolph?
It is. So the board, according to the Brown Act, you're attending a public meeting. And it's not anything that you would be making a decision on. And as a result, as long as you're not talking about official business, three of you, you're good to go. But in this instance, sharing stuff is perfectly fine.
I just have to say, I look at it and ahead of time and pick some I think I'm going to go to, but I also change my mind at the last minute, or this session is worthless, and then I walk over to the other one. So I don't usually lock things in ahead of time, but I can tell you which ones I'm most interested in if ahead of time if you can.
Or, I mean, I think what I am missing this year is Trustee Wheeler, who just kept a running log of which the best sessions were going to be. She really tracked the speakers and then told us, you know, I should know that by now. And I do have, I'm willing to share the ones that I think are going to just be great. But yes, Trustee Chang.
And based on what Dr. Ruff said, I think that if we send him just our schedule, because it's basically where we're going to be, which is not a policy discussion, we could maybe just send it and then it can go out in a board report, something like that, because it's not a policy discussion, it's just where we happen to be. Yeah.
I think Trustee Wheeler often loved the capital advisors ones. Those were some of her like top notch.
There's usually a good legal update and a good
legal
policy update.
Yeah, right. But I'm sure there were other speakers that she was a resource. We could even show her the schedule and see what she thinks.
That's a good point. I was thinking the same thing. Where's Trustee Wheeler? Okay. All right. So did you have anything else, Trustee Blakely? No. Okay. All right. So we have future board meeting dates, December 7th. We will be here December 7th, the last meeting of 2023. Okay. And with that, at 11:20 p.m., we now adjourn the meeting of the Mountain View Business School District.